All right. Thank you all for hopping in. Give me 1 second. Trying to get this thing switched around here. StreamYard has been so buggy already, and I've only been in it for like 15 minutes, and we've had to back out a few times. This is crazy, the bugs with this. But I guess some pool service and supply company just showed up at Nancy's house. There's so many updates to get through already this morning, and then we're going to be catching up on all the updates, and also whenever there is some free time, we're going to be digging into the video. I did do some video stuff after the show. I know I said I wasn't going to, but I did do some video stuff after the show. And so I have some different edits that we're going to dig in through and see if we can crack that code in any kind of spare time that we have. I did hear there's a press conference that's supposed to be starting here in just a few minutes. So once that's up, we will go live. If you notice it before I do, let me know. And we'll switch right to it. I'm just going to take a look here real quick just to see if there is any press conference going right now. And as of right now, I don't see one. Okay, let me see. So now there is a press conference, but it got bumped to 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll have an hour until that press conference comes up. And that's quite all right, because honestly, that gives us time to get through the updates. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and add this real quick. And what a hell of a morning. Let me see here. Just give me 1 moment. So let me, while we're sitting here, let me switch to the live feed here. Uh-oh. StreamYard is just bugging everything out, man. I'm about to be done with it. All right, let me see here. So here is the live feed. Well, it's supposed to be the live feed of the pool company there. Let me drop the channel link, go show some love, and we'll go ahead and display that. So there is the pool company. They just showed up. Now, I doubt it's maintenance. This is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the FBI called them in to see if they could find any kind of clues inside of the drainage or something like that. They're probably just trying to do everything they can, considering what's going on. Now, the report last night, Brian Netton put out a tweet today. This morning, when it comes to the report of the sheriff not sharing information, now Brian Netton is reporting conflicting information. So yesterday he had reported that he had been hearing that the sheriff's office was withholding evidence, to the point saying that one of the FBI officials that he spoke to was saying that it was insane, quote unquote. And this morning, there's some different information coming out from Brian Netton. We'll go through that as part of the updates. Day 13 now. New suspect. There's a new drawing out there. They're having a press conference here at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be going to that. The fake Bitcoin ransom person, or one of them, had a court hearing recently, and I can show you the video of them walking out of the building. Also, happy Friday the 13th. Some people have bad luck, some people have good luck. I usually have good luck, but unfortunately we had bad luck this morning. It is what it is. It's going to happen. Let me see here. What else do we got? The new image. Now police are saying that this person or persons potentially had staked out this house for a month. So we'll get into that too. That's kind of interesting because if they did really stake out that property for a month, um, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So I'm going to say what's up to everybody. Thank you for becoming a member, Fly Girl. Appreciate that. What's up, Plant Lady? How are you doing? I'm Gumby, damn it. Good morning to you. Good morning, Kib Kitty. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. Good morning, Leslie and Billy. Good Friday morning to you. Have any of you checked out the video that we did last night, right towards the end where we dug into that code that's being sent? All right, there's a sheriff that just walked by. They just showed up too. We'll go ahead and put that back up there. All right, so let me see here. Let me go ahead. We're going to get to some of these updates here. 1 second. Let me check one more thing. Now, I do have flight radar up and we do have the live scanner going. So if anything's popping off, we'll be able to go to it live. As of right now, there's not much going on flight radar, but we do have it up in case something does go down. A couple days ago, we had the live scanner going, and we heard the actual grid search that was going down for that Carlos individual. I heard that they matched the eye and eyelids, and that was what was going down. We didn't know what was going down at the time, but after everything went down, then we saw, then there was confirmation the next day that in fact was what was going on. So if there is anything popping off on there, I got it sitting right in front of me, and we will turn that baby up if something's going on. So let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and turn it up right now, considering this pool crew is over at the house. Give me 1 second here. All right. Let's turn that up. Let's see. Oh man, StreamYard needs to stop bugging. All right, let's see if there's anything going on this scanner regarding this pool crew here.
6-9. Check. Engine 45 valid. Copy, 6-9.
Something about the water. Hold on a minute.
7790, 7798 North Prettier Road. On the zip.
Let's see here. All right, let me see. 125. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Oh my gosh, look at these camera crews like vultures around these people trying to leave some flowers. What the hell? I'm going to show you the new drawing of the suspect there. They're like circling like vultures.
No.
Call.
All right, so here's this photo real quick.
Copy, walk-in.
Let me share this photo with you real quick. So this is the photo. This is a photo of the individual that.
214 Hara, please. 1045 at the Rochelle, Nixon, and the main lobby. 1011. 1011.
This is the drawing that they came up with of the individual. Now, obviously, they were wearing a mask, so they might not have that exact facial hair and that exact hairstyle right there. But that is the photo.
Unity, 2900 North and 2900 East. Respond on 858.
How are you?
All right, so nothing's going on right there. What I'm going to do is let's go ahead and we're going to check out.
Currently going to the back door. They're not separated.
Okay, let me see here.
Oh, here they come. Here they come.
Hold
Here
on
comes
a
the
second.
pool cleaners. They got something in there. Look at that.
For no reason. Are you guys here for the investigation?
Yeah, from the physical. Negative 1032 is code 181.
They're leaving.
Jeez, look at all those people, man.
You're getting 894. Copy 894. Sorry, 894, letter 1. One of them.
Hey, was this a scheduled pool cleaning or part of the case? No comment.
Yeah, tons of people. Good morning, Caddy. Good morning, Mary. Fly girl.
He looked
BA.
at me and then he just drove off.
BA's doing good.
There's your answer. Yeah, pretty much. There's your answer. I tried. There's your answer. All right, so pool cleaner people here. Thought.
Sometimes you can no longer see him. I'm not morphine, that is. I'm no longer entering the call paper. Your discretion. Copy check one track. Victor 22, copy B3 call. Sir, 14491, 14491, North Sky Trail. Company employee is advising there's an elderly person inside the house in distress. Sounds like she's screaming in pain.
Okay, yes, I'll be in my car. I'm just at
What do you think?
All right, let's turn
I think
that
it's
down
part
for
of
a
the
minute.
investigation.
Let's turn that down for a minute. All right, we're gonna see. Now, the extra sheriff showed up when that pool company showed up. We're going to hang out, see what's going on after the sheriff, the extra one leaves. Then we'll go ahead and continue. I want to see if anything's going on. If they are bringing anything out. Yes, prayers.
Oh, go back to the tracks. Yeah, let me just go to the tracks here. So you had 2 vehicles like that coming out of the driveway now. So let's see if there's fresh tracks. Let's do something here. Tracks. So you see any fresh tracks? Well, kind of.
A little bit in the dirt, yeah.
A little bit in the dirt. So fresh tracks.
Hard to see on that rock.
It's hard to see, but you can't really see tracks. I mean, I guess you could see some there.
Wow, it's going to be hard to know if they're fresh or
Could
not.
be the Pima County deputy.
It
trucks,
just rained. It just rained.
Fresh
so
tracks. What do you think?
It just rained. It
Not
would
really.
alter any kind of
Fresh tracks.
tracks. It would have been better to look before the rain came, because then there wouldn't be anything disturbed. Do you know what I'm saying? Nothing would get disturbed. So,
Hard to tell. I mean,
but it was
maybe.
raining pretty good this morning.
So I'm sure they did that, right? At the time.
All right, new suspect. We're
Fresh
going to get to
tracks.
that.
We got two
Let's see
trucks.
here.
Fresh tracks.
All right, so
Tire tracks.
all right, we're gonna go check this one out when we're getting ready. So it looks like it's kind of calming down over there, other than the people that are there hanging out. So the press conference. Yep, that's. So the press conference is coming up in 40 minutes, so we'll have that live. Let me go to this new update.
So I want to go back to the traffic
Court
lights
TV
that we were
came
at down there at that corner, down there by River and Campbell.
Yep. The traffic lights we heard last night from a reporter that they found out that most of those traffic cameras do not work. They've already put that information out there, so I know there's some speculation going on as to if they do work or not. There are a bunch of them there, but the speculation was ended. Most of those do not work. The ones that do work, there's a few different companies that have cameras in the same spots, but they are not that many. Not that many. Okay, so I'm going to switch to this Court TV with Vinny, and they're going to be talking about the new details and the new suspect drawing that just was dropped a little while ago, the one that I put up just a minute ago. They're going to be discussing this. That press conference is coming soon. I'm going to be listening to the scanner in the background. If anything's popping off, we'll go right back to the scanner again. I'm going to be watching this in the background too. If something's going on at the scene, we will switch back live to that. And then if there's anything popping up on flight radar, we will go to that as well. All right. Let's check out this Court TV episode from Vinny discussing the new drawing that just came out this morning.
We are ready to talk. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
We want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
The FBI is zeroing in a chilling new description of the man on Nancy Guthrie's porch, and the reward is now doubled. Plus, a renowned sketch artist steps in, revealing what the suspect might look like as the FBI manhunt continues this morning.
Good morning, Miriam.
Plus, we're being a voice for victims. 14-year-old Demaya Appling killed after she allegedly refused sexual advances from an older man. And we're counting down to the sentencing of the au pair. She's already pleaded guilty and told her story. The question now today, will she serve time? It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statements.
It's never happened. An 84-year-old victim.
State's case resuming at 9 a.m. in the trial of Dale Warner. This guy's accused of murdering his wife, Dee, and hiding her body in a sealed tank on his property.
We're going to be...
Right now, we're
going to be digging it. If there's a break, after we're done checking this out, if there's a break, I'm going to be digging into some of that footage that we dug into last night, because I'm going to be trying to figure that out some more. During any breaks that we have today, that's what I'm going to be doing, and then covering all the updates that come out this morning. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. We do have Flight Radar and the scanner going at the same time as well.
To your top story, nearly 2 weeks into the search for Nancy Guthrie, the FBI is unveiling some new details about the man on her porch the night she vanished. The FBI saying that the suspect is described as a man approximately 5'9" to 5'10", with an average build. In the video, he's wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack. The FBI released images of that backpack. Let's show you a closer look now. The reward also has been doubled. It was $50,000 for information leading to an arrest. Now it is $100,000. Let's talk about where we are in this case and where we need to go next. Let's bring in our law enforcement experts guests, Lieutenant Mike Gould and private investigator Manuel Gomez. Good morning to you both. Lieutenant, I'll begin with you. Where do things go today?
Hi, good morning, Julie. Yeah, things are obviously moving forward and not backwards. My analysis of this hasn't much changed fundamentally. I never really bought into the, and I might be wrong, of course, a traditional kidnapping of an 84-year-old victim on life-supporting medication that she required within 24 hours of her abduction. That made no sense. And if money and ransom was the motive, this is not something you would do, right? A kidnapping turns into capital murder if during the commission of a crime, the victim dies in your care. So that never made sense. Dealing with the media, no proof of life. There was so many things here that just, it's never happened. An 84-year-old victim, you can go back to the Lindbergh baby kidnapping, and I can't recall a case simply motivated by money that this would be a victim of a kidnapping, a traditional kidnapping.
Lieutenant, thank you. Manuel, what do you think the motivation of the suspect or suspects is?
Well, I believe that the motivation was either, like I said before in the past, something that either Savannah Guthrie did an interview or gave some type of comments, because there is nothing malicious about the mother. There is nothing, this mother is not a person. She went to church. She's not a person out there causing problems. And you got to remember, her daughter is extremely famous. And that's something that every star, co-host, anchor needs to take a lesson from this case. Do not bring your family on TV. Do not expose your loved ones. Even though you might not think you're being a threat, you're being a threat to your family, because there are people out there that are malicious and evil and will take advantage. And this is a sad lesson for Savannah to learn. But the motivation in this case, I believe, was something out of spite towards Savannah, because there is no indications why you would be spiteful to the mother.
Manuel, thank you for that. Let's take a look.
Okay. Did he just say that was a hard lesson for Savannah to learn? That's pretty messed up if that's what was said. That's not a lesson. Because you're famous, so because you're famous, this stuff happens? I mean, what? Take better precautions? Is that what you're saying, dude? Hold on.
Thank you. Manuel, what do you think the motivation of the suspect or suspects is?
Well, I believe that the motivation was either, like I said before in the past, something that either Savannah Guthrie did an interview or gave some type of comments, because there is nothing malicious about the mother. And there is nothing, this mother is not a person. She went to church. She's not a person.
So, okay, so he's saying, why is it? So he's saying, so this guy's saying that because of comments that Savannah could have made in the past, that could be a reason why this kidnapping was promoted. I'm sorry, I usually don't do this, but I really I gotta hear. I can't believe what I'm hearing, and I just have to make sure I'm hearing it properly here. Hold on. I don't want to assume at all with this stuff being said here.
And I can't recall a case simply motivated by money that this would be a victim of a kidnapping, a traditional kidnapping.
Lieutenant, thank you. Manuel, what do you think the motivation of the suspect or suspects is?
Well, I believe that the motivation was either, like I said before in the past, something that either Savannah Guthrie did an interview or gave some type of comments, because there is nothing malicious about the mother. And there is nothing, this mother is not a person. She went to church. She's not a person out there causing problems. And you got to remember, her daughter is extremely famous. And that's something that every star, co-host, anchor needs to take a lesson from this case. Do not bring your family on TV. Do not expose your loved ones. Even though you might not think you're being a threat, you're being a threat to your family, because there are people out there that are malicious and evil and will take advantage. And
don't bring your family grocery shopping because there's malicious people too. Oh my God. It's worse than what I thought I heard. What the hell, dude? Oh my God. Whoa. And he keeps going?
this is a sad lesson for Savannah to learn. But the motivation in this case, I believe, was something out of spite towards Savannah, because there is no indications why you would be spiteful to the mother.
Manuel, thank you for that. Let's take a look at some of what Savannah put up on her.
And nobody checks it. Yeah. And nobody checks this dude. Nobody checks this dude. They all just sit there and... What the fuck? Dude, this dude straight up victim blamed Savannah. Oh my gosh, that is so sad.
Instagram yesterday.
Nobody checked him. I can't believe that. Okay, I gotta mute it. I can't believe nobody checked him. I can't believe that. That's wild. He just straight up blamed her for it and basically told anybody, if you're in the public eye, you got to learn your lesson. Dude, he literally said, learn a lesson. I can't believe they have this guy on. Whoa. Who is it? Okay, we're at 728. Who is this guy? Hold on a minute. Manuel something? Who?
Dollars for information leading to an arrest. Now it is $100,000. Let's talk about where we are in this case and where we need to go next. Let's bring in our law enforcement experts guests, Lieutenant Mike Gould and Private Investigator Manuel Gomez. Good.
Private Investigator Manuel Gomez. Wow. Wow, man. I can't believe that. All right, let's go back to here.
This family must be in so much pain.
Wow.
Lieutenant, if you had an opportunity to speak to the Guthrie family, What would you say to them right now?
Well, Fly Girl, here's the thing. We brought it up in the very beginning. It's like, well, she's a TV host. You know what? We get that. We get that. But that doesn't mean that it's your fault or you have to learn a lesson. Like, you could literally go grocery shopping with your family and, you know what I mean? You go grocery shopping with your family and then boom, somebody's walking through the store. Well, you better not bring your family. You better learn your lesson. Don't bring your family when you go to get milk and bread because that stuff can get, I don't know. Busby. Oh my gosh, that's wild, man.
Yeah, well, Julie, our prayers are with them, of course, but, pragmatically, we're 13 days into this, and, I pray for the best, but prepare for the worst scenario. In my mind, taking off with what Manuel said, I do believe this is not going to be a stranger. I think there's an emotional component to this, whether it was somebody who had a vengeance towards Savannah or something else, but it's not just a random stranger doing this. It makes no sense whatsoever. So there's going to be an emotional, maybe a revengeful motive, maybe some type of stalking situation that, John Hinckley and Jodie Foster years ago was motivated by that. So I agree with Manuel. But of course, one thing that Manuel talked about, internationally, there's something called kidnap and ransom insurance. It sounds kind of bizarre, but a lot of it, that's very popular among athletes and very high profile celebrities because it helps during this period of time. When you saw some of the private people going in and out of that house, that's probably they were checking the mail. They were going to get clothing for the Guthrie family, who is now, they need security wherever they are. The police generally did not provide private security. That's just not what they do. So it's incumbent on the family to get private security. The need for private investigators probably is not necessary at this point because obviously the full weight of the government is on this case, including up to and including the President of the United States, which is, again, highly unusual.
Mm-hmm. Right, Lieutenant. Manuel, let me go to you on something, please. The timing of all of this, where we are, and we're past.
I honestly don't care what this dude says. If you want to know it, I'll share the link and let me know. I'm not going to listen to this dude and what he has to say anymore.
This morning, just after 8 a.m. Pacific time, he sent us this other email complaining that he is not being taken seriously. He says that he wants the Bitcoin, which is worth around $67,000, for several reasons. Number one, he says by coming forward, he will become as he puts it, a national rat. He also says, and this is a quote, he doesn't want to be, quote, incriminated like that guy Carlos.
Okay, so that was from yesterday. Harvey Levin there talking about another email, this person saying they want to be taken seriously. I mean, well, I see you shaking your head, so I'll let you respond first here. Your thoughts?
All right, we're going to skip that part. Yeah, we're going to skip that. Let's go here.
Yeah, bringing in the dogs. I know Lieutenant Gould agrees with that, K9 expert. Lieutenant, do you agree that these requests for ransom by way of Bitcoin being sent to media are bogus?
Yeah, I do. And I also agree, when Harvey came out with these letters, he described, or the ransom notes, or whatever we call them, he described them as being extremely sophisticated, well-written, articulated. He even said if a college professor had to edit it, they'd say they'd get an A+. What I think is going to find out is that AI has influenced some of this, the development of these ransom cases. But it's absolutely absurd that somebody without proof of life is going to pay ransom to somebody that is dealing with the media, not the family. These things are usually very personal. They don't want the media or law enforcement involved in a traditional kidnapping. They want to deal directly with the family and coerce them into giving money. So it's, again, all of this is related to the kidnapping is a distraction, as Manuel said, I believe. And as far as the the investigation goes, I think it is moving properly and in the right direction. But for the ransom notes,
it's not moving properly and it's not moving in the right direction. All right, so we're going to go to some other updates here real quick. Give me a second. We're going to switch to
directly with the family and
go right to the top. And let me see here. TMZ on the new suspicious video. So let me share that with you all real quick. We're going to switch to my Twitter here. So let me see here. Let's go ahead. And this is the video of the fake random Bitcoiner right here. This is the video of them walking out of the courthouse yesterday. So this is the person that is being accused of doing one of those. Here is, we're going to get to this in a little while. This is Brian Netton interviewing an ex-sheriff from that same county discussing Sheriff Nanos. And then here is the suspicious ring cam video right here that TMZ is going to respond to on this latest update that came out overnight / this morning. We're going to listen to what TMZ has to say about this video. Here is this video that they're sharing here.
This ring camera footage.
All right, so this is the new video here. I'm going to go ahead and remove me for a second so you can see it. So this is the newest video that, and it kind of goes along. Now, if you see this, right, watch. It kind of goes along with the drawing. Kind of goes along with the drawing that they came out with, doesn't it? Now, if you look at the eyebrows, you look at the beard, the mustache, you look at the eyes, who knows? But this is the newest suspicious video that is currently being checked out. And then there's another photo of, oh, hold on. So there's another photo of the tattoo on the neck.
Similar facial features on this man.
All right. So I retweeted that. You want to go check it out? Go to my Twitter. Here is the link if you want, if you have, or X, I should say. I apologize. Here you go. I do retweet all the stuff that I go through on the shows. So if you want to retweet it yourself or check it out, you will be able to go right to everything that we do cover on here. All right, so there's that latest video. Now I'm going to flip back to this update that is talking about TMZ about the new suspicious video. I wanted to share that with you guys real quick. So here's this, the latest.
I think we go straight into this top story because this is what so many people are following locally, but all around the country, even the world now, because it is making national news. It is the Nancy Guthrie search. It is continuing. And TMZ just a little bit ago posted some new video.
Right.
Now, this is not video. I think it's important to point out, this is not video from Nancy's front door. It is surveillance video from a doorbell camera from about 6.5 miles away from Nancy's home. But this is weird. It is a guy. He backs up to the front door. He clearly does not want to be seen on the camera. Now, there is one little shot that you're going to see. Yeah. Now, he winds up getting chased away. We should go ahead and bring in TMZ.
Absolutely.
Brandon Cork joins us with some more details. I saw this video and immediately I thought, oh, is this Nancy's house? Not Nancy's house, but it's not too far away. And they're having people go through their cameras over the last month and just look for anything like this dude right here, right?
Right. The FBI is asking anyone and everybody in the area to be looking at their cameras, whether that be their Ring doorbell camera, the Nest camera from January 1st to January or all the way to February 1st, the early morning hours, obviously, when Nancy Guthrie was taken. This new specific video that's come out, obviously, you see the face and the head blurred in the video, but this is 6.5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. And this specific video was posted on the Ring Neighbors app on January 23rd. So that's about 7 days before Nancy Guthrie was taken in the early morning of February 1st. And we talked to a high-ranking official in the FBI, and they tell us that this is absolutely being looked at right now. We know that the person that was inside of the home said that this man came up to the home, rang the doorbell, obviously saw the camera, unclear if that's what he was doing when he saw the camera, but then backed away immediately upon being seen. And then he fled the scene with the dogs barking and everything. Again, a week before, they're looking at everything. You really can't put it past them right now.
So here's my question for you, Branson. Why is his face blurred? This guy's clearly up to no good. He does look like he has dark hair and a dark goatee, which is kind of what they said they were looking for. But why did they put this video out with his face blurred?
Well, you have to be very careful, obviously, with identification purposes, because if someone is not involved in the case whatsoever, it could be a conflict of interest. It could be very dangerous for that person. We know that the last video that we got sent to us yesterday, the second video of this other man going up to the gate, this was just, I believe, 20 minutes before Nancy Guthrie was believed to be taken on the time.
They did come out and say that that is not connected to the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. I know it's so sad, isn't it? Isn't it? What's up, She-Raid? It's so sad. Very sad that that's the kind of effort. At least I saw some a couple people out there looking around now off the side of the highway, or I mean, it's not like they're going to toss her out the vehicle, but it was nice to see a couple people out there trying to look. I think people are afraid to go out into the bushes. You know, just put on some pants, some cowboy boots. You get to stepping. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all it takes. Cowboy boots and jeans and some protection on the arms, because you're going to be walking through the brush.
Line, this other video, not far from her as well, they also blurred it because this person could be cleared at some point. Right now, we're told by FBI that person as well is still being looked at. That video is still in play, as well as this one. And of course, the other person who was detained for several hours and then released after questioning the delivery driver recently, which they had a lead on apparently. You know, they have to be very careful with identification purposes.
I think I understand that if like the other guy was, I think he was throwing trash away or something like that. Like that one makes sense. For me, this guy's clearly up to no good. So, just curious in that case. As far as what happened yesterday when we were on the post, we saw that huge white tarp go up in front of the family, the tent right here that you see. And then it later came down. What did we learn about that? What was going on during that time?
Right. So they put up this tent above the porch area for a temporary time during the day. It is believed that they were doing some testing, forensic testing under that tent. I can't say everything they were doing under there because we don't have that information right now, but it's believed that they were testing the blood that was on that porch area in the front. As we know, they found blood on the inside of the home and on the outside of the home. And there is footage of that blood on the front of the home. And it was confirmed that it was that it belonged to Nancy. I don't know exactly why they were looking at that area again, but when it comes to forensic testing, they have to create that environment, and that's why that tent came up and then came up shortly after that. But they are also looking at that glove that is shortly down the road, the black latex glove.
And that's so sad because, you know, all the weather that has been on the blood, the people walking on it, walking by it, you know, it's so sad, man. it makes me wonder, is that not even being shared? You know, like the results, and it's just wild to me that this is happening in 2026 with a missing persons case. It's just wild to me. But I really think they're going off of this video, and also it kind of matches the description of the drawing that's coming out. There is a press conference in 13 more minutes, not much longer. Once it pops up, we will go to it live. I'm wondering, is it the FBI? Is it the sheriff's office? I'm not even sure who's doing it yet.
That is still pending DNA testing right now as well.
And speaking of that, can you speak at all to these alleged conflicts that are going on, but with the glove between the sheriff's department and the FBI, that there's allegedly some kind of disagreement happening between them?
Right. So the disagreement that we know about in terms of details is that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff District are completely clashing right now over how this testing of DNA is being handled. We know the FBI wants to send it to their offices for testing, and the Pima County Sheriff District wanted to send it off to Florida for testing. So there's a clash among the investigation in terms of how each department feels this should be handled. We were talking about it this morning in terms of the FBI. You know, in movies, when the FBI shows up, you've seen it, they come in, they kind of just take over the investigation. That's how it usually works. And usually the sheriff department and the FBI, it's very possible to come to heads.
I don't know who this guy is. That's not how it works. They come there at the request of the local law enforcement, and they insist in whatever is being asked of them. They don't just come there and take over, and that's usually what happens. That's not. That's not. If it's not being investigated properly, yes, they come out and take over what's going on. But other than that, no. Let's see what's going on live from the house. There is a Fox News live scene up too. Let's switch to JLR real quick. Check out his feed, see if there's anything going on over there real quick. All right.
Oh man, this whole thing is just terrible.
All right. Nothing is going on for a press conference as of right now. There's nothing going on right there. Let's get rid of that. There's another press conference going on with another in Minneapolis. Let me see here. All right, nothing's going on there. Let's switch to this new Fox News. They're going to be talking about the injuries. Now, we discussed the injuries last night and a couple days ago when Rosie was on. And to me, they were the chunks and sections. There's two different, there's drops, huge drops, and then there's spray. A lot of spray, a lot of drops, two different types of blood stains on the sidewalk there. I want to hear what this forensic pathologist has to say about the blood that was left at her home. Let's check out
News
this real
alert.
quick.
Developments in the desperate search for Nancy Guthrie are coming to light as officials issue a description of her possible abductor. We're also learning for the first time about crucial evidence found inside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Let's take a look at all the major pieces of evidence and clues so far. So the newly discovered image and video from the doorbell camera, that's going to be critical for that criminal profile. We'll get to that later. Nancy's front door camera was disconnected. That helps us with the timeline. The blood found on the porch was Nancy Guthrie's. That's also the patterns there. We'll get to that later. Can tell us what condition Nancy left in. The pacemaker lost connection with the phone. This gives us, again, a timeline of everything that's happening. The alleged ransom letter sent to news outlets haven't been confirmed if this is the abductor yet. They also found, this is new yesterday, a glove found in Nancy's home. Now, this glove right here, we don't know if it's that exact glove, but we know there was a glove. And then finally, the FBI releases the description of the male, 5'9" to 5'10", average build. Again, the profile of the abductor and the suspect's brand of the backpack identified. We know that this backpack is only at Walmart or from this company online on their website, all critical for this investigation. Let's bring in Dr. Priya Banerjee, forensic pathologist. She's going to help us understand what the blood spatter on Nancy's front porch tells us about the state she was in. Dr. Banerjee, can you give us some information about the pattern of that blood spatter and the impact on this investigation?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. This close-up is fantastic at showing that the drops are landing as circles, and there's different sizes, but you can see very large drops. And I use that word drops or drips. So that is a pattern
And spray
in blood spatter that shows that it's falling directly vertical down, like perpendicular down from a height. It's hard to say exactly where on the body it's coming from, whether it's the head or the hands, but it is dripping from a height. And so it's important to see that they're separate droplets. There's not a huge pool of blood, but there's definitely some sort of fresh injury that she's dripping from. And I can say she because it's been confirmed by DNA that it is Nancy's.
Come on.
I want you to weigh in on this because Dr. Michael Baden has a similar theory to you, and I want to make sure you're on the same page here. This is what he said. Nancy Guthrie is bleeding from some area, either the hand or the face. The nature of the blood spots with little pale centers or donut shapes are typical for drops that come from the nose or the mouth because they're mixed with air. That means she's coughing up blood or dripping from the nose. Otherwise, there would be a dripping from a cut from above, possibly.
It'd be a lot different. It would be a lot different.
Face. Do you agree with that analysis?
Yes, the drips would be a lot different. This look, it had to be coming from the nose or the mouth, for real. Nose or the mouth. Large amounts of blood that pool together in little drops that are quite large and then go right down. It's a particular pattern. And there was spray there too. That's why I said it came from the mouth, because it's like it was dripping and at the same time spit out.
I think if it's breathed out, it's finer, but if it's a drip, it's quite possible to show the pattern that's there.
Ma'am, I don't think she saw the photos because let me show you. I can't believe I don't think this lady saw the photo. I mean, there's both of them, ma'am. Here's the photo. Let me switch to the full screen so you can see it. Look, there's so much spray, and this is just there's more. Look, there's more. There's spray down here. There's spray going past where the photo is. It's more than just drops. You got clotted chunks right here, clotted chunk, and then you got other drops all over. This is just a spot but look at all the spray. There's 2 different blood patterns there. This is why I don't think this lady's seen the photo.
There. Some of them have a little bit more clearing, like target like, and others are more solid. So I don't know if it's completely respiratory, but it could be anywhere: the nose, the face, the head, the hands. And she's older, so I don't know what medication she's on, but we have to remember that, she might be have a medical condition or on medication that prevents her from clotting. So she could bleed quite a bit from just.
Do these people not do their preparation before they get on these shows? Just asking. All you have to do is look at a photo or a video.
Just a little cut even.
Look, you can see it right there. Splatter. Spray. Drops. My Lord, what is going on?
Or a scrape. So yeah, you can see some of them definitely do have clearer centers and some are more solid.
Yes,
so
now you're seeing it.
Possible it
yes.
could be from the nose or the mouth.
See, now she saw, now she saw the photo. Now she saw the photo right there. Now she's looking at the photo. Now, once I look at the photo, now I'm going to say, yes, it does look like it came from the nose or the mouth. You can see both kind of patterns there. Watch this. Watch her too. What is up with the people on these updates today? They're like misinformed and they're speaking a bunch of gibberish.
Or on medication that prevents her from clotting. So she
victim
could bleed
blaming and all
quite
sorts.
a bit from just a little cut even, or a scrape. So yeah, you can see some of them definitely do have clearer centers and some are more solid. So it's quite possible it could be from the nose or the mouth. Again, the upper area or the hands as drips.
So Doc, I have a different question in a different lane, but you're familiar with these labs and how to get DNA. How long does DNA typically last on an object or a glove in this type of climate, like outdoors? I mean, it's easier, I'm assuming, to contain that.
Busby, you don't even they don't really ask for money. They're not really giving you money. They don't ask and they're not giving it. But if they're like somebody like this, they're probably just, yeah, I can hop on and hang out and chat for a few. Yeah, most of the time it's just for, to hop on and discuss the case.
DNA when it's indoors on something that was dropped, but outdoors with weathering and all of that.
It'd
Tell
be
us
nice
about
though, right?
timetables on that.
Right. So there's no certain.
It'd be nice, right? Because then I'd get some residuals from the Court TV episode that I was on. I'd be like still earning the 3 cents a month, That'd be sweet. Wish.
Like minute or hour, but you're very astute. So inside the house is going to be a more normal environment, right? Controlled. So that's going to be our best bet. Something outside, it is very hot in Arizona. It's exposed to the elements. I don't know if it's rained or not, but once it's secured, it's obviously in a better state. You do have to worry about the elements breaking down biological material. And so that is a risk. Now, technology's come a lot further where you can have even degraded DNA can be profiled. So I have a lot of confidence in the systems being used to type the.
That lady's cat is going buck wild in the background. That lady's cat's like, I'm over here. Oh.
DNA if it can be.
Trust me, I thought you guys were gonna. It's not Baby Angel. It's not Baby Angel. It's this lady's cat.
Retrieved from the evidence.
See,
Doctor,
see.
Your expertise has been invaluable. Thank you so much for joining the program.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Is this a case
of
dirty?
Whoa. Oh, the cat was going nuts. All right, let me go to this next update here. Oh boy, that cat was freaking out. Actually, I'm gonna play this Harvey Levin update on Twitter. I did retweet it just a little bit ago. Let's see what he
Which
has to say
a
here.
couple of new things. There is a new video on Ring's Neighbors app, which is really interesting to authorities in this investigation. We spoke with a high up official in this investigation who said they are, and this is a quote, absolutely looking at this video. It shows a man skulking around the front porch of a house 8 days before the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. It is 6.5 miles away from Nancy's home. Interestingly, this man, we blurred his face, but he has a goatee and a mustache. And if you look at the video on Nancy Guthrie's porch, the man seen there appears to have the same. So again, we don't know if the two are connected, but the authorities
it looks like it.
as was put to us, absolutely looking at this video. Couple of other things. One is we have been told by multiple sources connected to this investigation that they have been frustrated over not being able to identify a vehicle tied to the person at Nancy Guthrie's front porch. They have looked everywhere, and it's one of the reasons they are putting out this APB, if you will, asking people in that area if they've seen anything over the month before Nancy was kidnapped. But the vehicle is going to be key, and the wider net they cast, the more likely it is that they're going to get a lead. So it's something that they really want. Now, finally, I want to talk about these ransom notes. We have received one.
What do you think?
There are two of them, and it is now going on 2 weeks since Nancy's kidnapping. The note we received demands $6 million. And I can tell you, we check this Bitcoin account regularly, and the money is not there. $6 million, not there. And it's been 2 weeks. Savannah had said they were going to present the money through the Bitcoin account. It has not yet happened. I will tell you this. I know, and when I say I know, I am positive that authorities, including the FBI, are vitally interested in that ransom note. I know this to be true. And I can't say the specifics because I promised I wouldn't, but I can tell you they are absolutely still vitally interested in this ransom note. So it doesn't seem like they've been able to connect the dots. And again, we have received 2 emails from somebody who says he knows who the kidnapper is, but he wants a Bitcoin because he says he needs the money because he's going to have to lay low for a while and because he fears retaliation. And he said he also just doesn't want to be called a rat. So that money has not been deposited either. That's $67,000, which is the value of a Bitcoin right now. But that money hasn't been deposited either. I cannot tell you that that person actually knows who the kidnapper is because we don't know who that person is. And my understanding, and I have a pretty good understanding, the authorities don't know either. But I will tell you, they are still really interested in that ransom note.
Okay. Really interested in that ransom note. Interesting stuff. He was on Fox News last night. Harvey Levin was on Fox News last night talking about this, quote, turf war. And he's saying it's not uncommon in cases like this. Now, it sounds like it was to us, but let's see what he has to say about it. Maybe in that area it's common. I don't know.
With us. Okay, there's not a day that goes by that you and TMZ are not actively involved in this case. 2 big developments When you released that video of this guy 5 miles away, similar backpack, it was eerily similar to me. And I'm not sure, and I've not gotten an explanation, and I've made phone calls about it. Why is NBC dismissing this now that apparently they have determined that the man has been cleared in this case? Because it looks like a strange coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to embrace or
It does.
dispute what NBC said. I can only tell.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. What's up, Gil? I was saying the same thing when we first showed the photo, and then we went into the video of that, you know, the latest video that they are very interested in digging into, and they do look pretty close. And then also, let me show you a screenshot here. Let me see here. Let me show you. Let's see. One second. Actually, let me rearrange these here. And then I can just flip back and forth. All right, there, and there. Okay. So let me get rid of these. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. All right, and let's pull this up. And let me share this photo here. Yes, it's very close. Okay, let me see here. So we got, all right, so here's the photo right there. And then this right here, right? It does look pretty similar, right? So I'm sure they're super interested. They do. They look very, very close. Very, very close. I'm continuing to listen to the scanner. Nothing's going on over there. Nothing's on the flight radar so far. Nothing's going outside of the property live. So we're going to continue to check out these latest up-to-the-minute updates. And whenever something's popping off, we will go live to it. Now, there's supposed to be a press conference that was supposed to start an hour and 10 minutes ago. And now there's a little while ago, it was supposed to start 10 minutes ago. We're still waiting for that press conference. Once it does go live, we will go to it. I'm not even sure who's holding the press conference yet. Does anybody know? Let me know.
Tell you, about an hour ago,
Thank you all
I
for being here.
called one of my sources at the FBI who was involved in this case, who said that nobody has been cleared in connection with the video. That doesn't mean they're implicated either, but they said they're looking at everything, including this. So I'm getting different information from the FBI. What's interesting, now this video was actually, somebody had posted it on Twitter, and what caught our attention was that the timestamp on the video, Sean, is 1:53 in the morning. This is the day that Nancy Guthrie was abducted, 1:53 in the morning. We now know from FBI sources that the video that they were able to get from Google showing this man at the doorstep of Nancy Guthrie, the one we've been seeing now for 2 days, that was actually retrieved at 2:12 in the morning. This is after the camera had been disabled, but we're told somehow they were able to get these images at and it was at 2:12. What's interesting is there is 19 minutes between the time that the man in that other video was seen and this person walks up to Nancy's door. So that's enough time to drive 5 miles. Now, if you look at that video that was posted on X that we put up on our site, the man is carrying 2 backpacks. I can't tell you if either one of those.
I couldn't tell if he was talking about the video. I couldn't tell if he was talking about the video that has already been debunked. It's not. They came out and said that that video of the guy trying to get over the fence, shaved head, all that they said, and they came out and said that that they interviewed that individual and they are not part of the kidnapping case. So they have interviewed that individual. That did come out as well. They are not part of the kidnapping case for Nancy Guthrie. They are very, very interested in the newest video. So he was actually talking about the video that let me see here. He was talking about the video that was out previously. So now they're going to talk about this backpack, and then they're going to talk about the turf war. So let me go back to this backpack. Now let's listen to about the turf war.
The FBI told me about an hour ago that they are still looking at this. It's not been, they haven't determined one way or the other how important this is.
All right, hold on. When?
I'm going to get to this issue of disagreement because I've known about this from the beginning, and I've tried not to put a lot of attention or emphasis on it.
How long ago was
that
it?
Local law enforcement would work more closely with the FBI, but there's been a lot of resistance and
14
a
hours
little bit of a power play, I guess, going on. I'm not really sure what's at stake here. But let me go. The guy that sent you the note asking for the one Bitcoin.
Can I just jump in on that for 1 second?
You can, of course.
I was a reporter for CBS in Los Angeles for many years. And I can tell you, from covering stories involving crime in LA as well as other cities, these turf wars are not uncommon. That local police departments and sheriff's departments get their feathers ruffled when the FBI comes in. They believe the FBI is bigfooting. The FBI has certain things available to it that local law enforcement doesn't have. But this really does become a turf war. So this is, to me, utterly unsurprising.
I agree. It's happened all the time. It's happened in many cases we've covered on this program over the many years, et cetera. You're right. It's the right term. It's bigfooting, turf war. Everything you're saying is 100% right.
Bigfooting?
Why would the sheriff send the glove to a lab in Florida and not to Quantico? Because that makes no sense to me.
No, I mean, I think, if that's the case, for the very reason we just discussed. What's interesting about this, Sean, is that my law enforcement sources and other people have reported this too, was more than one glove was found in that area, a mile or so from the Guthrie house. Yeah. So if there were two gloves found there, and then there's one glove here, and the guy has two hands, one of these gloves isn't the glove that person was wearing. So I have no idea what glove is inside the house and which glove, if any, which glove was worn by the kidnapper.
So you had more communication with the guy that was asking for one Bitcoin in exchange for identifying who the individuals are involved in the abduction. You heard today, I'm not being taken seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, this one really got me. Yesterday, I thought, well, anybody can write an email like this. This one has a different tone. What he's saying is, yeah, he doesn't feel he's been taken seriously. He feels he's been ignored because nothing was deposited into the Bitcoin account. We've been checking that all day. Nothing's been deposited. But he goes on to say that the reason he wants the Bitcoin is because he will become, the way he put it.
Okay, we heard that already. Let's go live on the scene. Let's see if there's anything going on JLR's here.
Oh, yeah, I'm surprised it's not like 500K. But it might get there. Feds will keep going more money. If they're putting 15 million for Madero's head and 100,000 for Nancy, put it up to 500. They print money anyway. They print money. I think the American taxpayer, everyone wouldn't mind chipping in $5 and for a gigantic reward, right? Every American taxpayer, $5 reward, boom. I mean, they were giving out stimulus checks. I don't know the total on them. Hey, put $1 million reward. No, but I'm shocked that private
Still waiting for a press conference. One has not started. I do have a live feed up that is supposed to broadcast it, and they're just mumbo jumboing right now. So once it goes live, we will go right to it.
Donors like doesn't continue to grow. A lot of times these
still nothing's going on dispatch right now. Flight radar, no unusual activity. There's nothing going out in front of the home.
cases private.
Yeah, everything is quiet still, even the press conference.
But I mean, it's possible the perp came through here and parked back here.
DNA splatter reveals Nancy Guthrie was bleeding from either the hand or her face.
What's the new report? Where's that coming from?
Yeah, from her mouth, nose or mouth. Yep.
New York Post says what?
The nose or the mouth.
They indicate that it did not occur by innocent means. DNA splatter reveals Nancy Guthrie was bleeding from either the hand. New York Post.
Oh. Whoa.
Ah.
Supposed to be
So
HD.
that vehicle went back out. I don't know if that was a homeowner. Dude had looked like he was a Fed. Some guy with sunglasses. I'm shocked the mailman comes through here because a lot of times you get these types of things home-wise. You just got a rack of mailboxes at the front of your development. The mailman just goes there and doesn't even bother going.
Especially this neighborhood.
Yeah, because it's a labyrinth of roads and mazes. I don't know if this cacti and cactus. I mean, it's beautiful. I love the concept. It's like the Southwest feel. I don't think it's my personality, but many people is. But
What it is. It's rising.
yeah, I'm more of beaches and tropical. I like the mountain.
Uh-oh, his feed's going out.
Remarks that we're waiting for.
Right.
The top right-hand side, that is over in the area.
So they got that, and then Trump speaking. I'm still waiting for, let me see. Backpack. Still waiting to see. Let's see. Let's go. Let me refresh JLR's stream here. Let's see. Oh, it just ended. All right, hold on. Let's see. I think the stream dropped. Oh, it says wait. There we go.
I'm gonna go up to Mount Lemon tomorrow. I'm gonna take all of you up there
There we
with me tomorrow. We go up and see what's going on.
All right, there we go.
The feed was gone.
So far, nothing's going on. Not even a press conference.
Welcome back. How's the reception out here now? Good. So a lot of
Let's see if
people
there's
starting
any
to pile
other
in.
updates going on here.
We're back again. Welcome back. JLR Investigation. Where did you go, Nick? Where did Nick go? Where did Nick go?
I thought it was being sensitive.
I don't know where he went. You know what's crazy about this neighborhood? We're live streaming.
All right, nothing going on flight radar here. Nothing on Flight Radar out of the ordinary. Nothing popping off on the scanner. Everything is, you know what's weird is it's eerily quiet. It's eerily quiet. I wonder if something's about to pop on. They were supposed to do a press conference an hour and a half ago. And now it's eerily quiet. There's nothing in the sky, nothing on the scanner, nothing in front of the house, nothing on the news. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go back out to the front of the house here.
I don't know where he
Let
went.
me look around here for a minute. Something.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
We're back.
So it was like totally accident. It wasn't like a conscious. Yeah, the sheriff came up to me yesterday and said, "Why pick me?"
Pile back in, folks. Continuous coverage of what's going on.
That address. Orders are there. Back out here. There. Field. So this is one of this address is here. Well, you have Okay, we're done. Is he ready for office?
Welcome back.
But no, they.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Matter of fact, we should take a ride over to Annie and Tommaso's homes. Yeah, maybe we'll do that.
Nothing there.
I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's take a drive over to Annie and Tommaso's home for a bit.
Whoa, what? Hold on a minute. Let's go to this. Bombshell development, and this was just about 10 minutes ago. Let's see what else came out. Oh, that's loud.
Welcome to TMZ Live. We have a lot of new information in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping, and we are going to start with a video, and we have confirmed with law enforcement connected to this investigation that they are actively looking at this video right now because they want to find out if the man in this video could be one and the same, the person who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie.
And the first thing that you notice is that this individual, this video, by the way, recorded early morning, February 1st. That is when Nancy Guthrie was taken. And he has a black backpack that he's wearing, but he's carrying a gray backpack that looks very similar to the one the man was wearing when he got to Nancy Guthrie's front door.
This man, they never said what time this was shot. And they...
Okay, that's weird because we were hearing reports that it was already confirmed they interviewed the guy and they let him go. So that's interesting.
I can tell you from our law enforcement sources, they did that intentionally. They did not want to release the time. We have found out from our law enforcement sources that this video was retrieved from the
hard drives,
the hard drives,
Google Nest hard drives,
and it shows that it was shot and recorded at 2:12 in the morning.
Now that time.
So are you getting? Is there different information being put out there from different agencies? What the heck?
2:12 a.m. was mentioned last week by police in their news conference, and they said that at 2:12 a.m. there was software detected a person, but there was no video.
And now it looks like they got through Google. They actually got the video, and that's the video at 2:12. Here's why this is significant. 2:12 is 19 minutes after this man at that other house 5 miles away left. So the question, does he have enough time to drive 5 miles and put on all the gear that he was wearing in Nancy's house and walk up to the front door? Clearly, the answer to that is yes. He had 19 minutes.
So it is logistically possible that this is the same person. Again, what we know is that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, they are looking very closely at this video that was recorded by a Ring camera, and they are wondering if it is indeed the same person who was at Nancy's house.
And let me just say,
we don't know at this point that it is.
We don't know that it is.
Right.
But let me just say that they have had huge problems finding a vehicle that the kidnapper drove up to Nancy's house in and left in. They have not been able.
So for the last month, they want camera footage from the last month because they have been sent some footage from neighbors, and there's a suspicious gray or white truck that was in the neighborhood for about a month, and nobody can account or recall anybody that lives in that neighborhood owning that vehicle. So that is the latest news for that as well.
Able to find it, we're told. In fact, they're going to make a plea to.
I wonder if this was recorded earlier or something. No, it says TMZ live. 14 minutes ago, 41 minutes. I don't know. Maybe there's just different information being put out from different agencies too. I know they work with the FBI, which that's honestly, I wouldn't even forget the Pima County Sheriffs getting info from them. I'd rather get it from the FBI here. They're the ones that are actually doing work there.
Neighbors for the month before.
The entire month of January.
If anybody saw anything in the area, if they have video of anything, that they should submit it to the Sheriff's Department if it looks at all suspicious. So they were having trouble with that. Here's why I think this is really interesting. Right. Whatever car he arrived in, you can now check for 5 miles to see if you can find that car, what direction it was going in. Did it go to Nancy's house or toward Nancy's house? And that's going to be a really big clue if they can find something like that.
And keep in mind, even if this video, which was posted, according to a ex-user, was posted on the.
Yeah, it was posted on Twitter. Let's go to the Bitcoin. Let me see. Let's go to the Bitcoin thing here.
Divulge the name, the identity of the kidnapper in return for 1 Bitcoin. We just received a second email.
Right, and the tone of this one is much different. He seems frustrated, maybe even angry that he has not gotten the Bitcoin.
We've checked the account and there's been nothing deposited.
And the tone of it is basically saying that this is the last time he is going to try to help.
Now
last time he's going to reach out.
He is pretty specific in this, and he is saying, among other things, he is saying that he wants that Bitcoin because he is going to be labeled as he puts it, a national rat. And, you know,
that he intends to lay low. He needs the money, he says, to lay low for a while, and he's clearly fearful that someone, I guess someone connected to the kidnapping, would come after him.
He mentions retaliation.
Right.
So he also says, and I think this is interesting, he says he doesn't.
So this guy can send an email to TMZ, but he can't place a phone call to the FBI. I can send an email and they won't find out that I'm a snitch, but if I place a call, that's a different story. That don't make any sense. That don't make any sense. And that's exactly right, Shive. They don't want to tip off this person. Kind of like the situation I brought up last night with Carlos, right? They didn't ask me any questions. They just held me for a couple hours and then let me go. Hey, Jimmy, guess what? They don't even think I have anything to do with it. Yeah, we're good. They didn't even ask me any questions, bro. Yeah, Yeah, let the guard down, see what blossoms. You know, they just took that little seed and went bloop.
Want to be, and this is a quote, incriminated just like that Carlos. Carlos is the delivery man who was detained a couple of days ago and then released because he had nothing to do with this. And so he doesn't want to be, basically, spotlighted where people.
Right. Toss a seed and see what grows.
People think, oh, he's somehow involved. So for those reasons, he's saying he wants a Bitcoin, and he says this is the second and last attempt he's going to make. But he is saying here, I can lead you to this kidnapper. And we reported all day yesterday that if this is a lie, if this is a ruse, then this is a criminal offense.
Right.
And yet he has now doubled down and sent a second email.
By the way, we know that it is the same person sending the email because it also has the Bitcoin address, the same Bitcoin address that was in the email we got yesterday.
That's right. And we have been monitoring that account as of the time we're speaking right now. We have not seen any activity. But there is something else in here, and we have promised law enforcement. We immediately sent this to law enforcement. There is something else in this, and its statement and its tone that is kind of chilling. And, we're not going to get specific about it, but he is suggesting that something has changed between yesterday and today.
Yeah.
And so
we're not revealing that because, look, as we said, we've sent this to the FBI, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's going to hamper their investigation.
But I will say this. I mean, the one thing that everybody can say is time is the enemy. Nancy Guthrie is ill. She has high blood.
Right. There's a lot of time that's going by. Good morning, Faye. How are you doing today? Good morning. Good morning. Old TMZ. This one said 15 minutes ago. TMZ live 15 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, it is yesterday. Shoot. I was going to say, I'm like, there's other stuff that came out. Damn, what the hell? It was streamed 20 minutes ago. That's why I thought it was live today. It was streamed 20 minutes ago. Oh, damn. What the hell? They fooled me. Hold on one second. Let me see here. Let's see if there's a press conference real quick. No press conference there. Let's go to, let's see. It looks like JLR is heading to the daughter and son-in-law's house. Let's see what's going on.
All make money. Makes money by getting drugs into this country. And if they're having a harder time doing that, is pinpointing a local or, somewhat of a celebrity mother and grandmother in Tucson, Arizona, a means of revenge? I don't know. I think they would, one thing I saw a couple months ago when Trump was doing all this stuff with blocking drugs from coming in, I heard they were just going to start hiring people in the United States to just start killing police officers.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's happened either. I haven't really seen anything where, someone went on a mass shooting rampage with just killing police officers. So.
Damn, dude. Hold on a minute. The story's a little raw there. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking to see if there's any new updates here. Then we're going to go into some of the ones that have came out today and some of these experts and investigators discussing this case. All right. I'm not seeing any press conference still. The only thing I can think of is maybe I just got the times mixed up and I thought it was 11 a.m. Central. And maybe it's 11 a.m. Mountain Time. And if it's 11 a.m. Mountain Time, well, then we still got about another 34 minutes or 24 minutes. So that could be, it could be my mistake. It could actually be starting in about 24 minutes. Okay, I'm not seeing. Let's see, I'm not seeing any updates so far. Nothing there. All right, let's go to some of these other updates. I don't know what's going on with that stream. Let me hit refresh. I think maybe that lost connection. Oh, there we go.
A lot of her family. I was talking to a lot of her family about this trial and if they knew anything, what they thought was going on. And all they said, yeah, well, yeah, we heard about it on the first when it happened, but I haven't really been keeping up with it. You know, this is like 15 to 20 family members of my wife's family. Yeah, they heard about it when it happened, but they're not really keeping up with it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it is a big distraction on that manner. It's hard to say. I mean, it might be here in Tucson, but I don't know if it is all over the country. I don't know if it's distracting people all over the country. Hard to say.
All right. Well, we're going to switch to this. This is going to be kind of interesting. They're heading to the house of the daughter and son-in-law, Dan Abrams. Shout out to Dan Abrams. He's awesome. I love him on that live PD show. Been a fan of his reporting. He had Ashley Banfield on. Let me see when this was done. He had Ashley Banfield on last night, and they're discussing if the brother-in-law is still a suspect. Now, we know that Ashley Banfield was the one that put the information out there about the brother-in-law, and then we did hear that they're not even a person of interest as of right now. So we can check out to see what she has to say. Now, let me see here. The problem. Let me see. Let me go right to this part here. Let me see what time. Okay, let me see here. Make sure I got the right timestamp. Okay, right here. All right, so they're heading back. I'm going to be checking out. I'll be seeing if there's anything going on down there. Let's check this out real quick. This is her discussing the son-in-law.
There were other leads, other cell phone data leads and other data leads, but very unspecific. And I was just interested to hear, there's multiple interviews with Carlos Palazuelos, right? In that interview, he actually gave me some more information that I hadn't heard in a different interview.
Wait a minute.
In a different interview, he said, they asked me nothing. What did they ask you? Nothing. They didn't talk to me. But in this interview, he said, they asked me a few questions at the beginning, but it's...
Whoa, hold on. Whoa, he did. The interviews that I heard, he was saying that they didn't ask him anything. And now he said, oh, they asked me a couple questions? This dude lying?
Interesting to hear that he said, I get, where were you? Who are you and where were you? It seemed to he was intimating that those were the questions they asked him originally.
Oh, yeah,
but he was held for a number of hours. And actually, he was held in cuffs that were tight and injured his wrists. He said that his wrists were swollen and injured afterwards. I mean, they were dead serious on this guy, Dan. Whatever it was they received, he said, my mother-in-law was told he has the same eyes as the kidnapper on the video. That's what he said, during a television interview. Whether that's actually what happened or not, I don't know.
The number is 866-967-6887. Your opportunity to ask questions about what happened, because the truth is, as you can tell, certainly I don't have all the answers, and even Ashley Banfield doesn't have all the answers, which tells you that there are no answers to be given. But let's talk about something that broke today, and that is that TMZ is reporting that there's a new video of a guy, and I watched the video, with two knapsacks about, I don't know, it was like 20 minutes or so before the time that the guy in question is on the video at her house. Not the same knapsack, but he's got two knapsacks on. He's trying to unlock a gate, etc. It seems like it's like 5 miles away. And the TMZ reporting is that they are looking.
Okay, are we going to talk about the son-in-law? That's the whole. Look at the title in the video. Ashley Banfield asks whether brother-in-law is still a suspect.
You know, the question I'm getting is, well, why now? I mean, suddenly they find gloves that they're testing now, 11 days later. What do you make of these gloves?
So one glove was found. The New York Post was actually there when they found the glove and they were videotaping. It almost looked as though they were on a ride along with the officers who found the glove. I looked at it very closely, Dan, and 11 days in the desert, I'm not so sure it would have looked that clean. That's just me. I have no inside information on that. However, there was an alternative report late last night. Trace Gallagher on Fox News said that there was a pair of gloves that Fox Digital learned. They actually, it's an observatory area for research, for astronomy research. So there's a reason it's as dark as it is. And so again, notwithstanding that it's dark, you probably wouldn't want to be seen at all. Car going by, bringing someone or a body or anything out of the front door.
Justin, answer your question.
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to New Jersey and Brian. Brian, how you doing? What do you got?
How you doing? Listen, the head of the person responsible, the FBI, disgraced herself and embarrassed the country yesterday in her testimony.
Okay, I guess that's not even. What the hell, man? Okay, 1 second. What is going on with the media right now? This is crazy. You have to sift through. I mean, we know the updates. I'm trying to get to them here, and then you think that they got updates and they don't. And it's like I was seeing updates from 5 days ago that were live last night. I'm like, wait a minute, you could hear them talking about the day of the week and everything, and it's like, what? All right, let me take a look, see if there's any press conferences going on right now. Let's see. DHS, Trump. Hold on, let's see what this is saying here. Let me look around.
In the pitch dark. We've learned that investigators are expanding their call for video evidence in hopes of finding any suspicious vehicles or people that were in the area that night. One of the alerts is asking residents who live along this specific road, which we're not going to name for the safety of the residents who live here,
maybe it's not
to look for videos on January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. That's almost 3 weeks before Nancy Guthrie was abducted. And video on January 31st between 9:30 and 11 a.m.
Interesting. Brian Etten just put out a tweet and it says President Trump just asked why the FBI hasn't taken over the Nancy Guthrie case. His response, they didn't want to let go of it. So President Trump has responded to this. Interesting.
In the last day, we've witnessed FBI agents walking this road, looking through the desert brush and spotting cameras on homes along the route. But this isn't the only area that investigators are trying to crowdsource video from. Authorities have also put out a call for video from anyone who lives within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie.
All right, let's go out to JLR.
People have been asking if Nancy is buried on Tommaso's property. Yeah, tell them come on over. All right, we're gonna get 857 Tucson. Come join us, have a conversation. JLR needs pizza. Do not deliver pizza to Tommaso's house, please. Not deliver pizza to Tommaso's house, please.
What's going on with them? There's a bad reception out there. Unless it's StreamYard bugging. Hold on, let me, maybe it's StreamYard bugging. Nope. All right, let me hit refresh here. All right.
Some people said they're losing interest in this story. I'm not. I want to know what's next. I'm waiting for the next one. I'm waiting for the next bombshell. I mean, they haven't done any searches anywhere, which is so crazy.
Hopefully they find her soon, you know?
I guess they did a basic one. Like
Every day
like,
that goes
we're
by,
out here with
it's like, yeah, it was very basic.
nothing like, hey, grid searches side by side.
Basically what they're doing, just walking along the road. They didn't really do much.
Hear the birds. I heard all the coyotes. Got a flashlight.
Makes me feel like I'm walking around in Arc Raiders.
Looking tunnels.
Speaking of flashlight, we're going to be checking out.
Let's go around the back side here. I want to keep going over here. Yeah. I never went down here yet like
All
that.
right. I think that's what we're going to
So
do.
this is all their backyard. I mean, here's the thing is about it. You can't even see really their house. It's just like thick brush. Folks, we're staying on a public street. Just want to remind the viewers, we're not walking on anyone's property. Staying on the street.
Plant identifier.
Oh, you got a plant identifier? What'd it say?
I'm trying to find out. Like, it's just that round cactus right there. Identifying plant. Utunia restorera is what it's called.
Huh.
Nothing
so that's what
on
those round
flight radar,
cactuses
nothing
like
on
that
the
are
scanner.
called. That's the one I just got right behind you there. So.
We got any
Let's see
plant people in the
here.
chat?
Nothing on flight radar.
Look for any tire marks or anything on the property too. Like, you know, we're here scanning out. I'm not saying Tommaso or Annie did anything. That we've never said 100% fact that they did anything.
Pretty brushed
I just
off
think it's weird.
and clean.
The feds are all around here in this neighborhood.
I don't think that's some water runoff or anything. I think someone swept that off street sweeper. Huh.
Have you seen the sheriff yet? No, I have not seen Sheriff Nanos. Where is Sheriff Nanos? We're over a week now. No press conference.
Yeah.
Where's the sheriff?
Keep us, even if you don't have anything, you need to keep us.
Whoa. That wasn't there before.
What are you looking at?
That sign was not
Oh.
there before.
The new sign.
That's a
No
new sign.
trespassing.
That sign was not there before.
Wow.
Who put that up? Neighbor.
Tire tracks.
Tire tracks?
Looks like it's a vehicle that's parked here. Not gonna go anywhere else up there.
Dude, that sign was not there before.
Wow.
So it's probably them that put it up there and said,
Yeah.
unless they came. I mean, is this Annie and Tommaso's property? Might not be. Might be. Their property might go up to that. Anyway, nobody. Probably there was snoopers or something walking around. See, I'm telling you, these paparazzis, some of them probably dress in black and they go over there and go up and take pictures. See all this too?
Horses back here.
With a bird. What's that bird? Hey, Sheriff Nanos, are you watching? No press conference, Sheriff. Why are you withholding evidence and not giving it to the FBI?
Or just at least updating the community on any new leads.
Yeah, why aren't you updating the community on any leads? Is it true that you sent a glove to a lab and withheld it so the FBI can't have it?
Now the FBI is saying because it was sent to Florida, when they get that glove back, it needs to go to Quantico up in Virginia to be tested. FBI, that's going to just make, if this guy gets arrested, that's just going to make the trial. And the defense is going to hammer that whole situation. Well, why was the glove sent here? They have one explanation for the glove, and then it was sent to the FBI in Virginia, and they have an explanation, a different explanation for the glove.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's pretty quiet around here, though. Nothing. I don't see anything too exciting around here. I think directly in back of their house, they have a bunch of homes. Let's just see if there's out around this lot here a minute and just see, and then we'll walk back towards the house. Has anyone said why the date of the report filed on the sheriff's evidence portal says January 31st, 7 p.m.? You know, Rystar, I want to touch on that. I don't know what we're talking about, but Rystar says an interesting question. Has anyone said why the date of the report filed on the sheriff's evidence portal says January 31st, 7 p.m.? You know, when Sheriff Nanos was speaking, he literally said at one of the press conferences, we were there Saturday night. He said it. He said the word Saturday night. Saturday night would be January 31st. Now, I thought he misspoke and he meant Sunday night, but he did say at a press conference, go back and listen to his press conference. He said Saturday night. He said it on his lips, and a lot of people in the viewers were watching his press conference like, Saturday night? How could you be there Saturday night?
That's
what happened. He said Saturday night.
Wow.
He said Saturday night.
That's crazy.
He said it.
Maybe
So,
he was just
going back to
confused
what
or something. I don't know.
I don't know anything about a portal or anything like that, but it's weird.
Yeah, there's a Pima County Sheriff's
He
Department.
did say Saturday night. Go back and listen. So if someone can clip that and send it to me or tag me, it's a previous press conference. It's like the second press conference he gave. And he's talking and he's doing a Q&A and the reporters are getting on him pretty hard. And he said, yeah, we were here Saturday night. Get that. Because that's just weird. How are you going to be here Saturday night? Unless he just misspoke and meant Sunday night. But even if he misspoke, that's the problem with the sheriff. He keeps misspeaking.
If that was also caught,
Yeah, he does.
He
does keep misspeaking.
AI to change the date coming out of his mouth. You think that's possible or no?
I mean, but did he slip on something? Like
Yeah,
something we don't know? Like it's
Yeah.
there's some weird.
I mean, that's a good idea. It's too bad the stuff wasn't done day 1, day 2, day 3, you know. But I'm thinking, I don't even think that they took the time to go to a landfill. It might have been maybe they did. Dumpster is definitely a possibility. So that is a good suggestion when it comes to a landfill. I think they were lazy. They showed up lazy. They weren't even prepared that there was a ring camera there. So, I don't think they took precaution or preparation to plan out what would happen if they needed to get rid of somebody. And so I just feel if she was discarded, it would be somewhere in this brush. I mean, think about it. It'd be very easy. It's thick. It's very thick and dense in a lot of places. It'd be very easy to put somebody in the middle of some brush and you wouldn't even see. That's why I'm saying ground searches should have been done from the very beginning and should continue to happen every day.
Yeah, we'll turn around.
Every day.
Turn around. Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing.
Good suggestion, though, Fed.
you could just kind of see the land.
Look at how bushy that thing.
What is that?
That's a cholla jumping cactus.
That's a jumping cactus?
Yeah, but it's called the cholla. Those people.
The cholla?
Mess you up. If you were to get caught in that, you'd be screwed.
Really? Cholla. Cholla cactus. Where the heck is the press conference?
Hold on. February 2nd?
That's what I'm saying. Oh, what? Oh, the old one? I know. I'm waiting for the new one too.
I believe it was around noon yesterday. We got a call
February
to the Guthrie residents that Nancy
So it was
Guthrie,
before this.
84 years old.
This is on a Monday.
was
Other
missing.
than before.
We expended a lot of resources for a missing person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, Star from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. I'm sorry, all day yesterday and all last night.
I think it's his words. He's just messing up his words.
Yeah, we listened to that, but yeah, that's crazy. But if you could, it's like the second press conference. I think it was like he talked for just like 5 minutes and then just went some Q&A. He said Saturday, went some Q&A. He said Saturday. But it could just be misspeaking.
Oh, his live feed might drop again here.
What's going on at Nancy's house?
Where's this press conference? Maybe because Trump is speaking.
Sheriff Nanos gave update to Matt Finn. Fox News said there was no glove inside the house.
What?
Is that true? Is that true?
What?
I don't have my other phone on me.
Hold on. Let me.
We'll go. I'll get it in 5 minutes.
Let me go look.
Back.
Let me go look.
No glove. No glove in the house. Is that what
Hold on
people
a
are
minute.
saying now?
Hold on a minute.
No glove. So where's the report that's saying there was a glove?
Hold on a minute.
That's crazy.
Hold on.
So
a
no
minute.
glove, huh?
Then that means there's only two. They said they found 2 gloves outside and 1 in the house.
That was the
Hold
3
on a
glove
minute.
mystery.
Ooh.
People were
Show
asking
the
where the
video.
People magazine reporter. She told me she was leaving today, coming back. No glove, huh?
Ooh.
Whoa!
An update from
Hear that?
the FBI.
Got roosters around here?
Oh, yeah.
I think I heard this the other day.
We're gonna go through. Go to Twitter.
Hello?
Here in a second. What is that?
Roosters.
Oh.
There you go. Roosters. Has anyone heard the 911 call? I have the dispatch. I do have the dispatch. I can play
Hold on
that.
a minute. Wow,
Let me
there's
get
a
my
lot
phone.
of
I'll go to my
lot
car and
of-
get the phone. I do have the dispatch.
lot
I have
of
not heard the
updates
911 call
on
text
Twitter
or
here.
notice, but I have the dispatch.
Let me see.
Did you guys hear the dispatch?
Radio silence. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Twitter real quick. Hold on 1 second.
All right, I'll get it. As soon as I go around this corner, I'll get it. No, yes, no.
Let's see. If you want to follow all the retweets and everything I do, go over. Let's go to Twitter here real quick. So check this out. This is video of the pool people showing up. Video of the pool people showing up at Nancy Guthrie's house. Cleaning, maintenance, and repairs. All right. Here is, so Jacob Owens, local TV, Tucson News 4. A private lab in Florida, which has worked with the Sheriff's Department for years, is analyzing the DNA profiles from the crime scene and those given voluntarily pro bono. Nanas told for News 4 Tucson. So it's being done pro bono. Let me see here about a report. So spoke with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos about a report that he has been withholding key evidence from the FBI. He told me in part the report is not even close to the truth. He emphasized the long-standing partnership between the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI. Now, this is President Trump speaking on it right here. Says, well, President Trump on why the FBI hasn't taken over the Nancy Guthrie case. Well, they didn't. Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally. They didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, you know, progress has been made, which is true. When the FBI did get involved, all of a sudden, the video came out. Now we're getting drawings and all sorts of stuff. So let's go ahead and listen to President Trump speak on this real quick.
Hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, you know, progress has been made.
Hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator?
So there's that. Now here is this report right here from FBI Phoenix. The FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office will continue to hold any individual accountable who seeks to interfere with federal investigators or attempts to profit from a grieving family. Derek Colella, 42, of Hawthorne, California, is alleged to have sent ransom demands via 2 text messages to a missing person's family. On February 4th, 2026, he also allegedly made a 9-second phone call to a family member. Oh my gosh. This was just an hour ago from FBI Phoenix. More here. Let me see here. California man makes initial appearance for transmitting a demand for ransom. Tucson, Arizona. A California man charged with transmitting a demand for ransom made an initial appearance today in federal court in Tucson, announced U.S. Attorney Timothy Corchain. Derek Colella, 42, of Hawthorne, California, is charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and, without disclosing his identity, utilizing a telecommunications device with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass a person. According to the criminal complaint, Colella is alleged to have sent the demands via 2 text messages to a missing person's family on February 4th, 2026. He is also alleged to have made a 9-second phone call to a family member. Though through this course of the investigation, it was found that Colella was acting as an imposter, trying to take advantage of the ongoing situation. The U.S. Attorney's Office and FBI will continue to hold this defendant accountable and any other individuals who seek to interfere with federal investigations or profit from the family's grief. A criminal complaint is simply a method by which a person is charged with criminal activity and raises no inference of guilt. An individual is presumed innocent until evidence is presented to a jury that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's the case number. So to me, it doesn't sound like it was either of the letters or ransom notes that were sent to TMZ, because this person only sent it to TMZ and the local news station. Now, this person right here that we're talking about in this article actually sent 2 text messages to a family member and then called for 9 seconds, which probably means that the family member saw the phone ringing and didn't know who it was and was not going to answer it. Very interesting on that. All right, let's flip back to here. The FBI, now here's drone video of the people working on the pool here. Let me go ahead and So to me, it looks like they're just doing some cleaning. Now, is it routine? I would find it would be kind of odd if it was routine, but maybe because the back area is not considered a crime scene right now because it is not taped off. Maybe but I don't know. Maybe they're just cleaning the pool and then they're going to give the little filter and all the stuff that's inside of it and all the equipment to the investigators. And maybe, I don't know. Who knows? It's just very odd to see a pool cleaning company show up at a missing person's house with all of this that's going on in this case. It's just very weird. So there's the drone video of, okay, is it bugging out or something? Okay. Let's just go back to this. Hold on. All right, let's go here and let's see what else. The pool and okay, and we went through that already. Let's listen to this. We didn't go through this yet. This was former Pima County Under Sheriff Rick Castigar talks to Brian Enton about Sheriff Manos.
And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction, get a task force together and bring on the FBI and ask them to take it over.
Why do you think that didn't happen?
Unfortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego, and he, in one case I can think of prior to this one, told the FBI he's the better investigator and he doesn't need their help. And that was a critical case that we needed.
Wow.
This one in particular, they have far more resources than the sheriff's department has.
Right.
And
that's interesting. Okay, so there was that. Let me, for some reason, let me see. I just have to get out of that one. Wow, I'm a better investigator than there are. I don't need their help. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Is there... Okay, we already got that one. We already went through that one. And let me make sure we go through all this. Now I'm going to go through this video that I went through last night. Just making sure I got everything. Oh, in all fairness, let's play the video with Sheriff Nanos discussing what took place. Now, he was under investigation from the FBI, I think about 10 years ago. And nothing did come about from it. So this is an interview that he did back then. So the sheriff was under serious federal scrutiny for 5 years at the time of this regarding misappropriation of funds. He was never charged, but there was no love lost. Now he is using other labs besides Quantico, which is the best, to test a glove found inside the house and reportedly keeping it from the FBI. Now, according to other reports, there is no tension. According to Trump, look, man, they didn't want to hand it over. That's up to them, which it is. That's why I said the FBI just can't take over the case. So we'll see. This is that interview from Sheriff Nanos here.
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? Yet they get by with that. And when this thing's all resolved and the case is all over, I challenge him. I challenge Mr. Black to stand up to that camera by himself and say, we have looked at this investigation and we have exonerated, completely find this investigation to be total BS, because that's what it is. Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? Yet they get by with that. And when this thing's all resolved and the case is all over, I challenge him. I challenge Mr. Black to stand up to that camera by himself and say, we have looked at this investigation and we have exonerated, completely find this investigation to be total BS, because that's what it is.
Their ego, in all fairness, play both sides there. All right, so let's see if there is any updates. Let's go back to JLR here, see if there's anything going on outside the daughter and son-in-law's house.
District 212, stand by to copy. One item on the APD summary is safe alert from Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. District 212, copy 10 total repeat. One item on this APD summary is safe alert from Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. Occurred yesterday's date around 12:15 hours. Subject is Nancy Guthrie, date of birth 1/27/42, 84 years of age, white female, 5'4", over 150, brown over blue. Last seen wearing unknown clothing. Subject was not seen at church, so family went to the residence, and subject was not at home. All personal belongings, including the 1021 wallet and vehicle, was still there, and she was nowhere to be found. Subject suffers from limited mobility and has a medication scheduled to follow that she needs daily. Is located, check welfare, and contact BCSD. Safe alert out of Tucson, Skyline, and Campbell. District 12 units updated. Safe alert from Skyline and Campbell out of Tucson. Subject is going to be Nancy Guthrie, date of birth 2/1/26, last seen earlier today. Date of birth 2/1/26, last seen earlier today around 12:15. Correction, yesterday at around 12:15 hours. Date of birth is 1/27/42. She's an 84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown over blue, unknown clothing description. She was not seen at church or at her residence, and the subject was not at home. All her belongings, including...
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing going on the scanner. We got the same scanner up. Nothing going on outside of there. So I'm going to go ahead and we are going to take a look at some of this video here. We're going to dig into it too a little bit. We are going to be back tonight. Rosie's going to be joining us this evening, 9:30 Central, 10 o'clock, somewhere between that. So she'll be joining us tonight. We're going to be digging into all of the mishaps and the tragic fumble of an investigation, and we're going to be going through all of that with you, plus whatever updates that do come out in between when we shut this one down and we are back tonight. And we're going to be doing something special for tonight. We're going to be doing a little crime related game afterwards, so make sure you come hang out tonight, stick around, and you can help us out with that. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll be ending the show with that this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch. Let me just make sure before we get into this video, I want to make sure that we went through all of these updates that have came out since this morning here. Ooh, I did. Ooh, I want to see this video. Locals speak. Locals speak about, they were asked what they think happened. Let me see. This is MK True Crime. Let's check this out real quick.
Trying to hear what it's like on the ground.
I've been out here able to go to all these locations and get my head wrapped around what this investigation looks like, at least from the outside. And what I can tell you is that the investigation it's focusing on two places, right? Obviously the area around Nancy Guthrie's house, which makes sense, but it's also gravitating 4 or 5 miles away over to the area where Annie Guthrie and her husband Tommaso live. And just 2 days ago, I was out there, and maybe it was 3 days ago, and the FBI had been there basically canvassing maybe a quarter mile, half mile radius around that home. And I had the opportunity to speak to some neighbors who had the FBI in their house and in their yard. And look, they told me that one of the things that the FBI seemed to be looking for was a phone. And so, like, if the perpetrator had a phone in his, and I do believe it's a he, in his pocket or on his person, that would explain why we now see law enforcement going back and maybe following whatever digital breadcrumbs were left behind by that phone, going up and down certain roads, looking on the sides of roadways to find, like they found some gloves yesterday just right behind me over here about 300 yards away.
Oh,
and
wow.
so so they, it remains to be seen if those gloves are part of the case or if it's just some random trash. But nevertheless, they seem to be searching these areas with a purpose. It was not accidental.
Well, I know we've got some video that you actually took early morning about the search. I want to play that, and then I want to go through the scene a little bit more because I like to really.
Well, let me tell you something about it first.
Okay,
so
yeah, tell me.
What this is about is, so last night, I think it was around 2:15 a.m. local time here in Tucson, about 4:15 Eastern. The sheriff's forensic unit goes out there and they're poking around in the area that you're going to see on this video, but they're doing it, with flashlights in pitch black dark. And there's cactus out there and all kinds of other stuff that you can see. It's one of these things where, like I said, they didn't go there by accident. Something drove them to go there at 2:15 in the morning. I kind of wonder, maybe it would have been better to go in the daylight if you're really looking for something, but maybe not. If you feel like you've got some specific lead, that you've got a specific item of evidence that you think might be right there, don't waste any time. Go look for it. But anyway, that's the backstory on that. I just thought it was very interesting that the investigation, you never know when officers are going to show up, what time of day or night that these things are going to be happening.
Yeah. And I almost wonder, before we play it, I almost wonder if they were trying to reconstruct, actually walk through what they think happened and what it would look like at that time, what, the abductor could see, things like that, because that's around the time that they believe that she was abducted.
That's an excellent, that's right. That's an excellent point, because if they're following digital breadcrumbs left by this phone that I think they have, and it's based on the things I've learned here, then that's a way, like if you're leaving Nancy Guthrie's house, that's one of the main ways you would leave, to drive back towards Tucson, just down this road behind me. So
okay, that's interesting. That's what I was wondering.
Your theory makes perfectly good sense.
Okay, so before we play, let's play that, and then I want to kind of walk through what we're looking at, like where her house is, because I love it when you go to the scene. I always want to go to the scene whenever I've got a case, so that I can actually imagine it and then try and sort of explain it to a jury. So let's play this so we can see it, and then we can kind of walk through it. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so this is the area where the Pima County Sheriff's forensic team showed up around 2:15 in the morning local time here in Tucson, and was sort of more or less searching back over in this area. Of course, I'm out here in the daylight, and they were using flashlights, and so it's obviously unclear what they were looking for, but they did not pick this location by accident. They were here for some specific purpose, and it's hard to say what that purpose might have been. But you can see it's just rocks and, shrubs and some cacti around. But it could be the kind of place where, something gets discarded. If they were following a suspected route of travel, they might have some idea that maybe something was discarded in this area. This is about a mile or so from Nancy Guthrie's home. And it is, by the way, if you were leaving her home and you're headed back towards Tucson, it's one way that you could envision a car maybe traveling to go back towards town.
All right, so we just saw this video that you took, and I know you said it was about a mile from Miss Guthrie's house. So can you kind of walk us through the area that they're searching? Because I know there's been some searching, where the glove was found and her home, like, where this goes into the plan.
Well, so they're looking at the sides, up and down the sides of roadways, and then going back a ways off into the brush. It's called the foothills up there where this all taking place, and it's not very forgiving terrain. It'll be very difficult to search, but they're going and looking down specific roadways where they were searching at 2:15 in the morning that we saw in that video. That's about a mile from her house. You would basically, at that intersection, you would make that left turn coming from the direction that I traveled from where I'm sitting now. You would make that left and then another turn or two, and then you're right at her house. It's very, very close. And like I said, it's the type of route that would be reasonable to assume that someone leaving her home might go by. Now, there's another way. You could go in a different direction. For example, if you were going from Nancy's house towards Annie's house, you would not come by that intersection. So you got to remember that law enforcement's trying to track this person coming and going. And so if they have some type of digital breadcrumbs from the phone, it could be that they are following an ingress or an egress or some combination of the two. But if they found gloves that are connected to this crime, then that would mean that the killer drove this road right behind me here, headed back towards Tucson.
Interesting. Okay. And I'm curious about these gloves. So what we've learned so far, there's black gloves that were found. They were found and they were recovered, and they're apparently sent for DNA analysis. So we can talk about that in a little bit. But the discovery comes after this video was shown. There was this chilling video, a Nest surveillance video that the FBI released just recently that showed an armed person wearing a ski mask and gloves outside of the home. So I'm wondering if these gloves, and I know for those that are watching, able to watch this actually watch us live, there's a picture of them and then a picture of this actual video. I wonder if those are the same gloves. They look like it to me. I wonder if the gloves were planted, but watching this video, Phil, I mean, it looks like they're the same gloves. It looks like they're the gloves that this guy wore who was on this Ring cam, on this Nest cam. And then now they've found these gloves on the side of the road. So that tells me they probably weren't planted there. I mean, what do you think they look the same?
Very similar. And I am of the belief that there may be more than one pair of gloves involved. It kind of looks like that. And it's not just me. Parenthetically, I can tell you that where I'm staying here at this hotel is where a lot of the media is staying. And that includes a lot of their, the former law enforcement types as well who are analyzing this. And many of them I know personally, and we've been sort of talking about it and sort of theorizing. And the general consensus is that it looks like to them as well that it's more than one pair of gloves. So assuming they did find some gloves that are related to this case right behind me on this road, then the question is, okay, would that be the outer layer of gloves or the inner layer of gloves? But either way, it's the kind of thing that they should easily be able to get some touch DNA off of.
Oh yeah, and we know that well. Well, it's interesting. Whenever I see gloves, I know most of the time someone who's committing a crime, they're wearing gloves to try to hide their DNA, to try to keep their DNA. And what we're seeing now, though, now that there's this touch DNA, and we can talk about that in a little bit. Now that there's this touch DNA, gloves are actually what's being used to convict and used to place someone there. So just because there's gloves doesn't mean there's no DNA. It just means it's a different kind of DNA, touch DNA.
Yeah. It's like they're trying to avoid leaving fingerprints, and in the process, they give something better, for forensically better anyway, for law enforcement, and they're giving DNA. That's right.
Right. They're giving DNA, but also, I mean, if these gloves are flipped outside, I don't think people realize that they can do palm prints also.
Sorry, it was on mute for some reason. This is the thing, like, you're exactly right. Why in the hell would a criminal throw their glove out the window? As soon as we heard that there was a glove found. And once we heard that it was found a mile and a half away from the home, it's like, come on, there's a ton of people that live in that city. You can find a coffee cup if you really want it on the side of the road, or in a field or something. You know, you could find anything that you wanted to find out there. And it never made sense. You're exactly right, Design Rhythm. Why in the hell would a criminal throw a glove out the car? Why in the hell would a criminal throw a glove on the ground inside the house as well? But, you know, it is what it is. Great interview, though. This is a great interview.
So they could try to match a palm print. They could do a partial. If you're wearing gloves, you're getting your touch DNA on those gloves. You're getting fingerprints on those gloves. You're getting your palm print on those gloves. It does not protect you. I mean, it's actually a really good clue. I wonder if these gloves is really a potential turning point in the investigation, especially if they can get DNA.
I don't. Yeah, it depends on how long it takes them to get that DNA back, right?
That's what I was wondering. Yeah,
they could put a rush on it, maybe get it in a matter of days, as I understand it. But then the question is, do you have a match? So they run it through CODIS, which is the big government database, and only people who have ever been arrested or maybe gone to prison or for some other reason, they may have their DNA in the CODIS system. It's not just criminals, but if you're not in that system, then they can't match it. And then the question becomes, okay, do we need to turn to a lab like Othram, like we had in the Koberger case? And we had an interview with the scientist that runs Othram here on MK True Crime. Folks should go back and check that out. But it would be the next step if the person is not in the CODIS database. But the other thing they can do with it is once they identify a suspect, even if that identification is not done by virtue of the DNA, they can then take the DNA from the suspect and then try to match it to whatever they find on the gloves.
Yeah. And there's a lot of cool DNA updates that they've got. I know you and I are intimately familiar with them from different cases, but I mean, what they can do when we talk about this touch DNA, what it really is it's skin cells. So when someone wears a glove, their skin cells are actually transferred to that glove, and those skin cells actually have DNA. So they do this process called amplification, where they take those skin cells, because they're usually not a whole lot, and they amplify them. That just means duplicate. That just means make more of them so that they can test. And the other thing that DNA advances have really shown us is that they can take those skin cells if there's multiple people. And a lot of times, you have different people's DNA on a glove, and they can actually separate it out, and they can try and make, get a match that way. So there's some pretty cool things that they can do. Hopefully they'll be able to do that. And it's kind of
I can't stand how they do that, where they put the thumbnails up like 20 seconds before the video's done. I'm going to switch to a forensic criminologist, and we're going to hear what she has to say on the blood. It looks like JLR is headed somewhere, not sure. But if there's nothing going on, I'm not seeing any new updates recent. If there's nothing going on, there's a couple things I wanted to do with this video. I wanted to first go through the drone video, night vision and daytime, excuse me, see if I can notice any signs of entry or possible entry that this person may have went through. And then also, I'm going to be taking a look at the Zooms that I was looking at last night. I did some work on some after the show last night, and I want to kind of dig through some of those to see what kind of code or what is being sent or what is going on when it comes to that Nest camera video of the person that is alleged to have kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. So let's go to this real quick. This is a forensic criminologist on the blood here.
Joining us now is forensic criminologist Dr. Laura Pettler. Doctor, good to have you this morning, and we really appreciate your time. So I do want to dive into this back and forth, but to start, reporting out now that there's DNA and a glove that was identified inside Nancy Guthrie's home. We know another glove was recovered a distance from the home on the side of the road. And some have speculated from the video images, it looks like the suspect may have been wearing 2 gloves at the same time. We've got time that's passed, the weather outside, possible doubling of the gloves. What forensic evidence might be present on those items?
Yeah, and they're not going to take it off, and it's this is the only way, because they're not going to take the glove off, and they're not going to just drop a glove, you know. So, well, in a way, they're not going to drop a glove. They're not going to drop a glove that they already had on. Okay, they're not going to take their glove off to commit a crime. That's just absolute. Why even wear gloves then? You know. So the only way that I could think of, and this is, I brought it up last night. The only way that it could potentially have, in my opinion, that it would have potential DNA of the person that kidnapped Nancy would be, you know, we had heard the report and the story about how the kidnapper took Nancy's medicine with her, and they took medical equipment. We don't know what medical equipment was taken, but we do know that medical equipment was taken along with medicine with Nancy. So the only way that I could see, because it could be a glove that a family member wore to administer some kind of medication to Nancy. It could be Nancy herself. It could be a caregiver. It could be any, but at the same time, we know that the kidnapper took medical equipment and medicine with them, and medical equipment, they could have taken a box of gloves, or maybe they just grabbed a bunch of gloves and they dropped something, but it would be very hard to get DNA on those gloves unless, you know, but at the same time, there is touch transfer. So they had to put, it's not like they said, hey, do me a favor. Will you put these gloves on for me to somebody else? They had to put the gloves on. One of the gloves has to have touch DNA from the outside of the free hand that was putting on the other glove first. So if it somehow touched a portion of the glove, or it somehow touched their pants, or it somehow touched them, then possibly they might be able to retrieve DNA from the person that committed this kidnapping. But again, we're talking very, very, very low probability. I mean, you're talking less than 1% of the possibility of this glove having the suspect. Now, but at the same time, it could be a glove that might have been stepped on from the person that committed the kidnapping. And there, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but I wouldn't really like, especially the glove 1.5 miles away. I said it from the first second. I wouldn't even, it's, if they come out and say something's connected, that's cool. But honestly, I wouldn't put too much into it. But when it comes to the glove inside, I wouldn't put too much into it. But at the same time, there is potential. There is potential. And yes, they're very thick gloves. You could see on that camera, the Nest camera, you could see how thick and rubbery those gloves were.
You know, good morning. So thank you so much for having me. Yes. So when we're talking about forensic evidence, we have to always consider the elements, like you mentioned.
Yes, that's why I'm going to be going through this drone video, both versions here right after we're done here. I'm going to check to see if there is any updates. Again, I'm checking constantly, waiting for a press conference. Still no press conference. Checking. The updates have kind of slowed down now from the morning. We've went through everything through this whole show. I do want to make sure, I told you all from the beginning, at any point that we have breaks and we're done, we are going to go through that video. So trust me. And the Zooms too.
The weather, the humidity, temperature.
And we'll be back tonight, 9:30 p.m. Central, with Rosie discussing the fumbaloos of the sheriff's office in this investigation.
Precipitation, all those kinds of things in relation to the quality and the ability to recover evidence such as DNA from something like a glove or anything else that might be tossed along the road as somebody is leaving that area. And then, of course, they want to do a cross comparison, not only like a presumptive DNA test, like a preliminary test, but then they also want to do a confirmatory test so that they can compare it to known forensic profiles of known offenders and other actually unknown offenders too. There's a separate section for that. And to see if they can get a link or to see if it hits on anyone that may be known to law enforcement already.
So Jessica mentioned something that was really interesting in her report, that local authorities sent one of the gloves as evidence to another lab in Florida, not Quantico, and noted that any findings on these gloves may be degraded after undergoing initial testing. Is that something that concerns you, that this evidence isn't headed straight to Quantico right out of the gate?
It is concerning to me that the evidence would not go to Quantico. I think that even though the private sector tends to have higher technology in DNA in a lot of states, not every state, but it is true that some of the states do not have the same technology. Quantico specifically has rapid DNA and other capabilities that a lot of the state labs don't have, and maybe even possibly private sector labs don't have. And therefore, sending everything to Quantico, in my opinion, is going to be the best solution. But for whatever reason, this is not happening between these agencies. I hope we see a change soon.
What do you see as the biggest implications of these moves? We've got about 30 seconds left. And also this back and forth between local authorities and the feds. What's your read?
I've worked in this field for 25 years, specifically in homicide, which is always very political in nature. And it's not uncommon for agencies not to get along, not to play well with others. And it's unfortunate, specifically in this type of case, because as I have mentioned before, it is critical that the FBI lead in this particular case.
See, there's somebody else that's saying that this is typical. Freaking egos, man. Is it about the victims or is it about yourself? To think that any of us could be going through the same situation. And you would have to worry about people's egos getting in the way of investigations for your loved one. Isn't that ridiculous? You have to worry about two little kids fighting over a toy before you can even get justice for your loved one. And as the days and the minutes and the seconds pass, and the percentage of your loved one coming back alive or even home drops with each second that passes. Meanwhile, still fighting about that toy. That is so sad. Prayers to the Guthrie family, man. To go through something like that. And there's nothing that they can do. They have to sit back and trust the people fighting over the toy. Well, one person fighting. One person doesn't want to give the toy up. It's sad.
Because they are the ones with the experience, the technology,
That's sad.
and the
I hope
equipment
I never have to
and
go
the
through
personnel to be able to handle this appropriately, as opposed to a local agency, which is more of a generalist type agency that is going to react to more generalized crime. And so for me, I think that the FBI should be leading here, and I've felt that way since the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, we know losing time in any sense isn't good in a situation.
Yeah, from the very beginning. All right. So what I'm going to do is, before we start digging into, I need to see if there's an update real quick. Let me see if there's an update real quick. Let's see here. Nothing there. I just checked like 5 minutes ago, so let me see. Looks like fact versus fiction. All right. That's later on. I'll probably hang out in the live chat for that. Let me see. Yeah, we'll skip that one. Jacoff. Let me see here. Back scroll. So the back scroll is old stuff. Okay. We're not trying to rehash stuff we already went through. We got other stuff to get into. Let me see here. Okay, that's just an update. First 10 Phoenix, though. I think we should go to that one before we go to this footage. We're going to break down the drone footage, daytime, nighttime. We're going to see if there's any other signs of entry or what could be possible signs of entry that would make all of this make sense. Because one thing we do know is that the blood only made it so far, and then it wasn't on the sidewalk anymore. So I'm thinking that the criminal forced her to go out the front and then had to take a detour. I know, I can't imagine She Raid. To have to sit back, just so you can find your loved one that didn't even do anything wrong. And you got to sit back and watch this bickering. All right, let's see this. This is from a local TV station there in Phoenix. And I don't know, it's desperate search. Are people searching?
We begin with the continued search for Nancy Guthrie. It has been nearly 2 weeks since the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie disappeared. Law enforcement back out at her house today.
And as we enter day 13, there are still many unanswered questions as to who took Nancy Guthrie and why.
But new details have been revealed about the man seen on that doorbell camera of her Tucson home, what he was wearing at the time. Could all of this be crucial in the investigation?
Let's get right out to Fox 10's Ellen McNamara. She is live in Tucson for us on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, Ellen.
Hi, guys. Yeah, as you mentioned, we are approaching now the 2-week mark since we last saw Nancy Guthrie here in the Catalina foothills. And this morning, yeah, we did see some activity here at the home. We saw a deputy. We also saw what looked like to be maintenance workers. We didn't know if they were here to collect some evidence. Well, they started to move back towards the swimming pool, and a guy was just here to clean the swimming pool. So no evidence collected, just basically cleaning the swimming pool, kind of like life goes on. And during the search for the 84-year-old, we have seen occasionally a contractor show up to perform work, even an Amazon delivery driver to deliver a package. And unfortunately, Nancy is not there, not seen for now 13 days. The reward money has grown to $100,000, and the FBI put out a more solid description of the suspect, a man with an average build who could be 5'9" to 5'10". Law enforcement also asking neighbors within a 2-mile area for video from January 1st to February 2nd, looking for anything odd or maybe anyone who was stalking the neighborhood. Something that stands out, though, that has been identified is the backpack that the alleged kidnapper had. It is an Ozark Trail 25-liter pack and an exclusive Walmart brand. I spoke with a law enforcement expert who said now that we know exactly what kind of bag and who sells it, that can help law enforcement tremendously. They can work with Walmart to figure out maybe how.
Damn, that's a cheap backpack. $10.88. Damn. That's a cheap backpack. They must be really cheap over there in frickin' Arizona. Dang. I haven't seen a backpack that cheap.
many have been sold and who actually bought them. Another development today, Sheriff Nano spoke with Fox News and correspondent Matt Finn. He answered a ton of questions. We have heard some rumors that there's been some infighting between the sheriff's office and the FBI. He addressed that. He said, no, that is absolutely false. We have worked with the FBI. We continue to work with the FBI. He answered that. He also answered a question about the family. He said the family basically have been all ruled out as suspects, and they have been completely cooperative. So a really interesting interview that Fox News just got. We'll have more on that at 4 and 5 o'clock. As for the backpack, I wanted to show you. This is the backpack, guys, that we're talking about. It is an Ozark Trail 25-liter backpack. I bought one at a Phoenix area Walmart. They had a ton of them, in fact, and they're only $10. Now, just an observation, it's pretty small. So my law enforcement expert who I spoke with just briefly about it, he was telling me just this backpack alone, and also the way the gun was holstered in the front, gives him the indication that whoever did this, they were not a professional. So just some insight from him. You'll also hear from him coming up today at 4 and 5.
Yeah, not a professional. That's what I was saying. All right, so let me get this footage collected. There is no updates. I'm going to flip over to JLR's stream here. He was out in front of a news station. I'm going to flip over here while I get all this footage collected, and then we're going to start digging through it here real quick.
The possibility of where the suspect could have escaped to, rather than driving down Campbell or up north on Campbell and going east through the city. His escape route could have gone from Skyline to Ina to the freeway, and he could have shot straight south to the border or straight north if he was going somewhere else up in the state.
A little shaky here, folks. Stand by. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the person's going to get out of Dodge, they're going up on that interstate.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that, like he was saying, that the cameras do work on the interstate because
what's all these little mom and pop hotels? The Wildcat Inn, the Glen Inn,
Quail Inn, Hacienda Del Monte. This is where a lot of, to be honest with you, a lot of prostitutions. Yep.
Prostitutes.
A lot of them are boarded up and closed, have been shut down because of all that stuff.
Tucson Mineral and Fossil Show.
I don't think
a woman was handing out flyers thinking the person that did this came from the Mineral and Fossil
I
Show.
don't think so.
Gem Show.
Yeah, they're not, people come from all over the world, but I don't think they're going to come here and go, let's go to the Gem and Mineral Show and let's go kidnap somebody.
Yeah, I know.
Great idea. I don't believe that. A lot of people are upset with the sheriff.
People upset with the sheriff?
Yeah. What can you do?
We're saying the sheriff is incompetent. Is he really competent?
Well, that's the other thing too. He went to I get it, the basketball team here is #1 in the nation right now. But dude, an 84-year-old woman was abducted in your jurisdiction. There should be no reason you're being spotted.
857 is going right in
time.
857 is going right in the road here.
That's how we drive in Tucson.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
We call it inching it. You're just inching a little forward to get a little closer to see what's coming.
Got the red light cameras around here, like
they used to, but see that's
give
what
you
those
tickets.
When you went went to this morning at River and Campbell, and you talked to that real estate guy who puts in the real estate signs. All these intersections here have cameras, right? Like the big intersections, but a lot of those cameras have been shut off because the city of Tucson community people fought back against those red light camera tickets because you weren't being served by an officer. You have to be served by an officer with a ticket. So
that was an unconstitutional money grab. It's a money grab. It's a revenue money grab.
Community members here fought against it, and guess what? They had to shut down all the cameras, but they left them up.
So they were originally for that. Yeah, not necessarily for surveillance, but to give people tickets.
Exactly. Yeah, those cameras are not even meant for, witnessing car accidents or people running red lights. That's what they were used to be for. Not anymore. Not anymore, my friend.
Dude, the roads around here are just like jumpy.
Our roads are terrible out here. Selling batteries in the
Everything
city.
is like jumpy around here. Like I'm jumping. I feel like a milkshake. All right, we're going up on I-10, right?
Yeah, you'll be turning right at the light. Because we're going north.
We're on I-10 north.
How do you ever keep up with all that? Reading those comments?
Yeah, I try my best. I mean, you guys are like commenting and commenting. Keep them coming.
One, huh? Yeah.
Keep them coming. Welcome aboard, folks. We're working our way back to Nancy, but we're just showing you an interstate perspective. I mean, the person could have easily took Nancy out of town and would be using I-10 most likely, if that's true. I-10 would be one of the ways. I mean, there's other ways too. 857 Tucson's going pretty fast.
Hauling booty.
It's hauling.
If anybody's interested in my Instagram, it's Slank8282, SLANK8282, and I have a lot of pictures on there going back to about a year ago of our mountainous area and all the snow we got up in the Catalinas, where JLR should be taking you this weekend up to Mount Lemon Ski Valley.
Mount Lemon.
Yeehaw.
All right, that's getting pretty loud. So we are going to go ahead and switch to the aerial view. We will check back with JLR when they reach their next destination. So there's going to be a couple things. First, we are going to go through drone video right here in the daytime. Whoops. Drone video in the daytime. We're going to go through drone video at night, and then also we're going to go through all of my different edits that I did. I did a couple more edits right here. These three right here. I did a couple more edits. These were the ones. This one right here we were looking at last night, and then right there's the original, and then kind of different edits that we worked on. So I'll be going through that after this. So first thing, let's go through this drone video. If you would like the link to this, here is the link to this drone video. You can have the link for yourself and check it out as well when we're not live. We will be back tonight doing a stream talking about this local sheriff's department and any new updates that come out between when we're done and then. So here's the daytime, and we will do the night vision after this. All right. So there's the garage. The garage door is shut. So that's on the side. It's on the right side of the house. So as you can see, you got the front door. Whoop, I'm blocking it. Hold on. Here, let me just bring me over here. Let's just go right here. All right. So as you can see, you got the front door is right here. The garage door is right here. The garage door is what closed in the evening before all of these events unfolded. So let's zoom back again, and let's take a look at this side of the yard and the access to the garage. Maybe they were waiting. So as you can see right here, this is something that is very interesting to me. So as you can see, there is this fenced off area that has the air conditioning unit, okay? But you can notice there's hinges right here. So you see right here, you got trees. You have cover. They literally could have just pulled up, let her out of the vehicle. The garage door opens and they just start backing up. And then all of a sudden, somebody that could have been hiding right there. I mean, it's perfect cover because you got the trees right here. Nobody's going to see you past the entrance of that part of the driveway where you get to the section. Somebody backs up, they're not going to see what takes place. This door is going to open from the left and it's going to open down into the right. Literally, it opens right next to the opening of the garage door. They could literally sneak in and get access that way, but they obviously didn't. They came back later on that night. Now, when it comes to this fence in the back, or not fence, but this landscape brick going around the pool, you'll see in this drone camera, that's very accessible as well. But there's so many other areas that they could have taken. Look, there's so much cover right here that you could have had. Look at all that brush. Man, look at that. Just a small gap right there. And then you have all that brush covering that garage door. Look at all that. The cactus and the... Geez, look at all the... That's kind of scary when you're seeing it. Look at that. Look at all of the brush covering the windows from the street, covering the windows, the house, the access points. I mean, it's wild. Normally, that thick brush is like towards the start of the street. It's a little concerning seeing that because it's like, man. Here, let me scoot me over a little bit more. Jeez, like every window is covered. Especially on the right side. The left side, it's opened up a little bit. But that right side is... Okay, so they walked out the front door. There's no blood, so this is why I'm saying it ended with the sidewalk. Let's let them zoom in some more. This is why I'm saying it ended with the sidewalk, because the blood that we saw on the video for Brian Enton, it's right here, okay? You have all of this sidewalk and this part of the sidewalk that you would see blood as well. So to me, they went off to the right. That's why they're going up and looking that way. Because you're not going to go to the left. There was no blood that was coming down that sidewalk. That's why I said last night that he would have taken her to the right and then maybe to the back. So they're examining some of those. care about leaving. No, not necessarily evidence of breaking in. And you don't necessarily have to break in. You can gain access to properties without breaking anything. It's always possible. Let me see here. Let's see. Well, I doubt she has an alarm too because she didn't even pay for the subscription on her camera to be able to go back and rewatch the videos. So if you're not paying $10 a month for your subscription for your security cameras, I doubt you have an alarm. You know, it's unfortunate because, man, I'm telling you right now, like those cameras, they're amazing. And I don't know I don't know anybody that doesn't pay for the subscription. And if somebody isn't, I definitely advise them to. So if you are somebody that has any of these cameras, pay the $10 a month. Trust me. All right, let's see. All right, we got enough of this. Let's see if they kind of swing around. This is more of the backyard. So here's more of the backyard. See, this is, like I said, you could literally just lunge over the landscaping wall. No problem. Even the wall that goes around the pool. So this is like a grassy area, and then up over there is that part where there's the pool and it has that wall that kind of curves around. Beautiful home. Very beautiful home. I mean, that is neat. I love the landscape. It's amazing. Okay, that's enough of that spot. Let's go over to here. Let's see here. So there's the front of the house again. All right, let's see if it kind of circles around. Let's go. Let's see. This is zooming out. So let's go to here. No, Design Rhythm. They gained access somehow. Now, do I think Nancy opened the door? No. I do not. They gained access somehow. Whoa, where in the hell is this thing going? Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's probably change a battery. Let's go back here. And I wish they had drone batteries that actually lasted longer than the average drone battery is like 20, 25 minutes. Okay, so now you're coming up through the backyard right there. So you can see You can see how it's all, there's a little area right here that you can see through, a little area right here. Other than that, it's pretty much surrounded, especially in the backyard up here. I mean, it's a lot of thick, dense brush. And then you think about, whoa, whoa. Then you think about at nighttime, you know, how dark it is because they have that ordinance or whatever. Great. This is what nice. We get to see it from the back. Let's see. It just straight up went zoom like crazy. Most replayed. All right. Let's see. Hopefully it goes a little. Damn! It went right to freaking. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. It's gonna switch after this. That's what I want. And you never know. Sometimes people leave their doors unlocked, even. People forget. We're all human. Okay, so that's like some kind of porch. That's probably how they got access. It's like some kind of patio, some kind of porch. Well, you can, Faye, you can see right here, see that you got investigators walking out of the door right there. So it's, to me, it's some kind of like outdoor patio that has a roof on it. So you got a door right here. That's obviously to the, whoops. You got a door right here. That's obviously to the garage. This right here over here, we keep seeing agents walking out, and there's also got to be some kind of back door. There's got to be some kind of back door where they're all coming out. So this has got to be outside, like a porch, but a different kind of porch. It's kind of built in, and then it has that roof. So you can see the outside furniture there. Let me see here. I heard somewhere that there's a basement. And it said I need to. I mean, I just hope she's alive. You know? I just hope she's alive. Okay, so you got the back door. Hopefully, it does like a side. Yep, it looks like that's what we're doing. You know, one thing this community, the neighborhood said is like, nothing like this ever happens. A lot of times, older people, you know, they get very comfortable because back when they were younger, they didn't lock their doors. And sometimes, you know, people become very trusting. And you find that especially with the older population, because that's kind of what they were used to back then, is they were used to not ever having to lock the doors. So it's kind of like an old school kind of thing. Okay, come on, zoom over, drone. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to check for updates Let's see. It looks like JLR's getting lunch. Let's see if there's any other updates when we continue to watch that part of the house there. Okay, nothing from JLR. And okay, the drone is moving. Okay, we'll let that sit there for a second, and then it's only going to take me a minute to go through, see if there's any new updates. Ooh, that's going to be, I'd like to hear what they have to say. We're going to go through that tonight, though. Could multiple perpetrators be responsible? I tend to think that, I don't know, we're going to be digging through that footage that I did, the edits, but I don't know, I'm kind of open to that, you know. We all kind of have questions about how many, was there more, you know. Okay, let me see here. So, but it was with that guy, that MK True Crime, that we just watched that video with that that gentleman that was on there that did the drone video stuff too. They're talking to him about that as well. So that was probably one of my favorite interviews with an expert discussing what's going on here. And then a doctor explains potential condition. We'll go through that tonight too. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it for updates. All right, the drone video is still there. So let's kind of skip ahead and let's watch it kind of scoot over. Let's get some more angles at the back of this. And I'm going to be taking some screenshots. And so I'll kind of go through them in tonight's show with Rosie, 9:30 p.m. Central tonight. I'll be going through the screenshots with Rosie while we're going through, because it's going to be part of the investigation and kind of explain it. Oh, hold on. They kind of moved it quick on me. And kind of explaining like everything that should have happened that didn't happen. Okay. I'm just kind of collecting them as we're checking this out here. They're moving side to side. Okay, we got that angle pretty good. I'm not really too interested in that building to the left there. I honestly don't think that that building right there doesn't make any sense. Now, could I see the person like making a noise in the back, and then, you know, she thinks that she's safe out there and she walks out the back door to see, you know, opens up the door to look to see, or maybe she has to let the pet out, right? So she gets home, she goes to bed, dog wakes up, has to go to the bathroom, got to take the dog out, you go out the back door. You let the dog out. All of a sudden, crap, somebody was there waiting. You know, the thing is the stuff that happened at the front door is a lot earlier than the other stuff. So that could very well be what happened. Maybe the dog or a pet had to go to the bathroom. Maybe the person made a noise outside in the back, and that prompted Nancy to get up and go look outside and open the door just to look out and see. And then, bam, that person was waiting. Gained access into overpowered her. I think it's the entry too, Faye, for real. That's one of the reasons I wanted to dig into the drone video. I'll be digging into my edits, seeing if there's any codes being sent from the Nest camera and some of the stuff I was doing with the editing. Okay, we got a pretty good shot of this. I hope it goes to the right side some more. I want to see the right side of the house. Okay. Okay, yeah, show us the right side. There you go. There you go. Okay, ooh. Wait a minute. That is like, that's where they walked. Hold on. That is, what a easy access to get to the back. Now I want to go to the very beginning of this and see the very zoomed back of where the house is at. I want to see that. I want to see all of what's behind there. Let me see here. No, I'm good. I think somebody typed it in chat, like 1 mil or something. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. One of the neighbors that that lives there had told JLR at the very beginning that he's like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything or talk bad. He's like, but it's like one of the cheaper houses in the neighborhood. But still, what a beautiful house. I mean, I have to say, what a beautiful house. Beautiful yard, beautiful landscaping. Okay, let's see. What else? Ooh, here's an even better picture of the right side. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. All right there. And hold on one second. Let me rewind it a little bit more so I can get another screenshot. And I'll be going through these with Rosie tonight as we discuss the evidence in the fumble investigation from the sheriff's office. Okay, there we go. There's another one. I might have to scoot it back. No, we're good. We're good. All right, we are good. Let me, let's see. Where did it? It went back to get a new battery. And let's see here. Beautiful drone. DJI Mavic 4 Pro. Beautiful drone. Okay. Okay. So there's the picture right there. That's okay. Hold on. Let me zoom back a little bit. They kind of came in there quick. Okay. Yeah, we're good with the screenshots. Let's see here. All right, so we got the bird's eye view from the very back and pretty much all around the whole property. So to me, if we go back to here, okay, let's go to the front of the house. That would be over here probably. Hold on. Yes. Okay. So to me, they would have came out the door. There was a struggle. Then came up here and went up in this direction. Now, I don't know, maybe in the back, but at the same time, when they grabbed the plants and flowers from right outside this entrance, so it'd be right in front of that bush tree, if whatever that's called, some kind of cactus. Then it makes you wonder, well, did they exit through the front while they were making her go somewhere, or was it towards the back? So, when you're looking at this layout, you know, I don't, maybe there was this, again, a flashlight signal like we're going to dig into in a minute here. There's a flashlight signal that maybe alerted this person. Like maybe the first was an alert, I'm getting ready to go in, and the second is alert, getting ready to, I need you to come pick me up. Yeah. So to me, went out the back to the right. But when you're coming back here, I think you would only hide out for so long. You would have to leave through the front of the property. So maybe, let's see, we're trying to find the spot up here. And then that's how close it is to the roads right there. Quite a bit of cover, so somebody could literally just drive up and then but she would have to be making noise. So I don't know, maybe they walked out to the right. That's where he tried to stop the bleeding. Wasn't successful. I don't think he would have been. Tried to stop the bleeding off to the side before they came and got picked up, and somebody comes in through here and they walk on this path right here to get to the vehicle, and then they take off. But I think this is where they gained access. Right here. This patio has perfect cover. And I could see somebody, even an old lady, just unlocking the door and cracking it open just to look. And all of a sudden, boom, overpowered. I think this is the key right here. So, all right. So I'm going to go through some of this edit footage now. Like I said, we'll be talking more about that with Rosie tonight at 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock Central. So if you don't get a notification, just come on back and we'll be live. Also, please hit the like and subscribe if you have not yet. All right. We're going to go through some of these video edits here. Let me see here. My husband has service alerts every time the packet. Yep. Yeah, it all depends on the settings. It all depends on the settings that you have. You could have it sent to sensitive as you want it. Like mine are set to sensitive, like the max of everything, how long it records, the volume, audio level, and it's nice. It tells you, because before it used to just notify you like what camera, because like me, I have like 8 of them. So, and that's inside and out. So it used to just tell you what camera was getting a notification. You'd have to click on it and see what it was. But yes, now it's nice because they literally tell you motion, person, vehicle, it's very descriptive too. And I do have to say, like, I don't know, maybe the Nest camera, I have to say with my cameras that even the night vision, sometimes the night vision looks better than the daytime. It's wild. I don't know. Anybody that has cameras, let me know, especially Ring. Like, is not the night vision like so much more clear than the day version? It's wild. It's wild. But yeah, it's kind of nice that they do that now. So it's really cool. Yeah, that's what they're unfortunately they're canvassing the area now. They waited too long because now you have potential possible evidence that got recorded over because the cloud only saves so much if you're not managing it. And so, depending on, again, the settings and stuff, some stuff might be recorded over, which is unfortunate. And that would hold a lot, especially with the investigators asking for footage from the neighbors for a month, for a whole month. Crazy. There's a gray white truck is the vehicle of interest. All right, so I want to go through this one right here. Okay, we're going to see. I'm going to try and see. We're going to go through these different edits right now, and we're going to try and see if we can see something in these. So let me, and we'll go through more of these tonight. We're going to be talking crime scene. We're going to be talking the investigation fumbles from the sheriff's office, and we're going to be breaking all that down, plus the blood and all of these other things regarding the crime scene. All right, here we go. And any updates that come out, because I'm sure there's going to be more updates that come out throughout the night. It seems like there's tons of updates. I honestly feel like they're on the trail of this person already. All right, so he just kind of clicks down. You can see how he turns it on. Like I said, it's a flashlight. You can just bite down on and it'll turn it on and off. So he's kind of going with his head down, not really looking. He's just looking in front of him, maybe because of how dark it is. And that's why he clicked on the light real quick, just to make sure he wasn't walking into a step. We'll have to look up an old JLR stream and see what it looks like out there. Like the first day or so, and see what it looks like out there before all the news crews showed up, see what it looks like at night. Kind of give a better idea of what it would look like at night in front of the property too. So if any of you want to do, check it out and find a stream, send me information, send me a link, give me a timestamp, and we'll use that tonight as well, just to kind of show what it looks like. In the meantime, after we're done, I might take a look myself, just to get a better idea, of really exactly what it looks like at night out front. Or any streamer. I know there's some other news stations that were out there too, that were actually out there longer than everybody else. I remember one of them had like a truck sitting in on the street in front of the driveway. All right, so now with this, we should be able to, see how we can see the light turning on a lot better. I probably need to edit this one some more. I need to dampen the contrast. Okay, let me go back here. So this is number 7. So number 7, actually, I need to dampen. Let's slide them out. So I'll work on that after the show today. We'll come back with that tonight. 1, 2, 3. Looked like he did it again. That's why I need to dampen it a little bit, because it looks like there's one. I don't know if there is one, but it seems like there might be. One, 2, 3. Like in 4, I don't know. Because see, it's on right there. So it's like, I think he turned it back on. I'm going to say 4 or 5. Now he's looking over. Okay. All right. So let's see here. All right, we're gonna check out the next one. Number 6. Let's check out number 6 here. All right, let's see what it looks like on this edit. This one might be the hardest, but it also, because see, when we get in that area and it's really red, we might be able to see if he does turn it on another time because with some of these edits, if his head is turned away from the camera, it's not gonna pick up the change in light down on the ground. So we kind of have to use a mixture of different edits. Okay, here we go. Oh shoot, I need to move me. Hold on. Okay. I think the one that we're going to check out after this one is going to be the best one. This one was kind of maybe not. I don't. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. He did. He did. Okay, so you can see it's not as bright as the first 3, but you can see the light source coming back on after the 3rd flash. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, does he do it some more on this one? It's hard to tell, so we're going to have to check out a different. So I don't know if it stayed on, so that is that he does turn it back on a 4th time. Now I need to figure out if it stays on. Does it stay on as the person's lifting up their head and turning and looking out? That is key. Or does he turn it on as he's turning his head? Because it's either I'm signaling somebody or I don't want the light to point towards the road, so I'm not going to turn it back on until my head turns back over. See what I'm saying? But he did turn it on a 4th time. If you guys would like me to, I just have these unlisted. If you would like any of these Zooms for me to make them public, just let me know. Just type whatever Zoom. 1. That's right there, right after that. Let me see here. Let me go back to that again. So this is Zoom 6. Edit. It should say edit, not Zoom. 1, 2, 3, 4, looks up out to the street, then turns his head down, looks at his hands, shuts it off, and then walks back in to here. Does he have the flashlight turned on as he's looking? I can't wait to show Rosie these tonight. He did turn it on a 4th time. 1, 2, real quick 3. So a regular 1, a regular 2, a really quick 3, and then turned it on 4. And I believe this person left the light on as they looked out. Looks back again with it off. So here's the scenario, or here's the events here. Looks back twice, one with it on, one with it off. I still need to look at these other edits but to me it looks like it stayed on. So reaches down, 1, 2, 3, turns it back on, 4, looks out towards the street, out the driveway, looks down with the light on, picks up the flowers, looks back out to the street again, no light is on, turns and walks towards the camera. All right, let me go to Zoom number 5. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Or edit number 5. All right. See, I thought this one was going to be the best one, but it actually, I don't know. We'll see. I thought that about the red, and then the red showed us that it was. This one might be kind of difficult. Well, you know what? I'll upload them, and you tell me what you think. Okay. Actually, I'm doing them full screen right now, so you actually have the full screen right now. I don't even have to upload them. Just come to the 3 hour and 3 hour and 30-minute timestamp. Because I'm going to go through some of the other versions we went through last night too. Yeah, this one I don't think is. Now, see, I thought the dark contrast with the body. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I was trying different things to like make certain parts of the image go away to see how the light kind of shines in a different way than the upper body. So each one of these edits kind of gives information in its own way, but you put it all together and you can kind of come up with. Okay, now I want to see, do the purple change in the plants? Watch, 1, 2, 3, turns it back on. So let me write that down. That's another edit I want to work on. Zoom in on plants and then do some more editing. So I'll do that later tonight, or maybe before the show tonight. I'll probably do it before, honestly, because I said I wasn't going to do it last night after the show, and then I ended up working on these videos. So I'm sure I'm going to do it before the show even comes. But I do need to make edits of the plants right up there. So make sure that happens before tonight. And you can see the light source pretty good. I need to tweak with it to where I can see the plant a lot. I need to be able to see the light change on the plant. All right, so let me go to, let me see here. This is the one that we checked out last night. But I think that red one is actually going to be the best. Come on. Let's see if I can see it. I can see the plants a little better with this one, but I might have to turn up the intensity a little bit too. Now the red one's better. Oh, you know what though? I need to zoom in. So I'm going to be working on some new edits for tonight, and it's going to be zoomed in on this specific area right here. And also I'll make sure to scoot the, let me write that down too, scoot this over some more. We got the live chat showing. I want to scoot this whole edit over some as well. So then we have us going on the left. We can see what you're typing. And then I'm going to work some more on the temperatures and the exposures. And really going to try and get these plants. I need to see this area right here. Not worried so much about all of this over here right now, but this specific area right here is what we'll be focusing on later. Let me see if there's any updates that we'll go over with you real quick, if there is. If not, hit the subscribe, the notifications, and even if you don't get one, just come on back around 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, Central Time, and we'll be having Rosie join the show, and we're going to be breaking more of this down and going through the evidence and the mishaps from the investigation that's taken place. Let's see here. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, there's nothing there. Let me check a couple more things. Okay, nothing here, nothing there. And we already checked that out, so it looks like JLR's out to eat or whatever. All right, so we're going to go ahead and end the show. Do me a favor, go through the end of this part. Let me know, you can replay it. Let me know what you think. What I'll do for you guys is I'll go ahead and, just so we don't have comments showing up and you don't see me on the screen, I'm going to go ahead. I'll play each one in that specific area one time on 0.25. And then we'll go ahead and bounce out of here, and we'll see you later on. If you enjoy gaming, come on and hang out at my EvilleCJ TV channel. Do a bunch of gaming over there. I'll probably be doing some gaming in between now and the show this evening. So come on and say hi. Make sure you sub up, hit the noties on that channel, and then you'll get the noti when we hop on. I think I might be playing some Arc Raiders for a little while. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see, though. Appreciate you guys. Again, I'm going to go ahead and play all of these so you don't see me on camera and you don't see the comments on the screen. And then you guys can kind of check them out yourself. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment in the comment section, or come on back tonight and let us know what you think in the live chat. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for hanging out. Stay safe, stay warm, and we'll see you soon. All right, here we go. I'm going to roll them off for you. We'll start off with this one, and then it'll just go down to the next, to the next, and to the next.